and welcome back to Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. I hope you had a wonderful break. We missed you every day, and I think I speak for all of us when I say we're so happy to be back here with you at the table to fare some stars. Let's start the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James, your game master. I use she/they pronouns. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me here all the time, like a little guy living in the walls. And I will pass it over to Sweet.
I am Sweet. You can find me anywhere at _Sweet Stories. That's Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and other places too. But I don't remember the handles, and that's okay. But yeah, I'm excited to be back here, first game of the year, and I'm so ready to play. Also, here's my pronouns. She/they pronouns. I always skip that for some reason. Oh my god. Hi, Sweet. She/they pronouns.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Pass it on over to Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace. I go by she, her pronouns. Sorry, I can't speak today. You can find me on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, talking about everything. And yeah, I'm so excited to be back and playing with my good friends at Starfarers.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Miller, if I could trouble you to check the chat when you get a chance. Thank you so much. I love you. We'll hand it over to Jess.
Hi, folks. I'm Jess. I use she/they pronouns, and I'm here to have a gay old time. You can find me having a gay old time on the internet elsewhere at Seriously. You're welcome.
We love having a gay old time. It's my favorite hobby. Speaking of having a gay old time, VJ. I felt right.
Hey everybody, my name is VJ. My pronouns are they, he. Super excited to be back. I am here to be emotionally devastated by my DM and to emotionally devastate my friends. You can find me at VJ's Creations everywhere: TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. I don't know if there's anything on there. Hive, YouTube, and my website. I make D&D stuff over the place. Yep, that's me.
Amazing. And last but certainly not least, Abby.
Hello, my name is Abby. If you want to find me other places online, it is at ABZKelly anywhere. I did delete TikTok entirely from my phone because I had an addiction. So you won't find me there. But that's okay. Look at the archived content. Have a ball. Pronouns are she, they, and I'm playing Wilda, and I'm ready to be a grandma again.
Amazing. Let's kind of move on from there to our announcements. If you haven't been in any of our past streams since we came back from break as a channel, we have a Patreon. Thank you so much to everyone who's come out already to support it. If you haven't, and you like Starfarers, you might want to take a look because there's been some pretty cool Starfarers stuff over the last couple days. We have a $3, a $5, and a $10 tier, all kinds of cool shit across every level. For everything from specialized Discord channels to little sneaky private Q&As with your favorite cast and crew members. It's a great time. If you have the means, we would love to have you support us. And if you don't, that's okay. We still love you. Speaking of the fan Discord, we have one. And some channels are for people who don't pay us every month. It's a great time over there. You can yell at our cast members. You can yell at me. We can all have a really fun time. The link to that is in our link tree. We have a link tree, right? I forget. Great. It's in our link tree, and it's a fun time in there. We also have merch. It's super comfy, cozy. I would sleep in it every day if I could, but that would be gross. So if you're looking to wear a cute little rainbow D20 on your body today, yes, thank you, VJ. I knew you had it there. I was hoping you'd hold it up. Look how cute that is. Don't you want to wear that on your body? I promise you do. It's so nice and soft.
I would like to also vouch. I did wear it on my body to sleep last night. It was so wonderful and cozy.
So good.
So good.
It's so good. We have all kinds of stuff there. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at StarlightTales_. Every week we post about the programming that we'll be having in the coming days. It's a great way to stay up to date. Also, maybe if there'll be any fun and cool announcements, Twitter's the place to find them. Yeah, I think Twitter's just mostly the place to find them if you don't want to wait for a DM to say it in a game. Come follow us on Twitter. Also, you can find us on TikTok at Starlight Tales and on YouTube at Starlight Tales. All of our old VODs get posted onto YouTube, so if you want to binge any shows, maybe the last 5 episodes of this one, you can find them there. Is that everything? Amazing. I'm so proud of my brain. Then without further ado, grab a blanket, a snack, and a warm drink, and let's settle in for tonight's Tale from the Hearth. Welcome back. Let's talk a little bit about where we found our party the last time we were here about a month ago. So our party started the session waking up in Woodward, had breakfast, had a couple conversations where a lot more was unsaid than was actually said, and then most of our close good friends went their separate ways, agreeing to meet back up in Cloudward later in the day. Pamali returned home to Tideward, having a heartfelt conversation with their brother Siren about the distance between them. She also discovered that Siren had been considering joining the Starfarers, an elite group of Castellans who spend most of the year traveling throughout the galaxy. Pamali also realized something from Cliffside had left its mark on Siren the night that he heard something in the water, leaving behind an odd ring of black smoke on their arm and the aura of a curse. Willow, Wilda, and Corin each spoke with their respective families about everything from preparing for upcoming submarine voyages to encouraging very pregnant fathers to stay off of their feet. Ventress and Birch set off towards Cloudward in the hopes of speaking with Ventress's father, Magister Ovictus, but noticed along the way that some of the plant life in Kinward was a little worse for wear. Still, they arrived on the Calum doorstep, and Birch set off to make a distraction worthy of a very grumpy Magister, while Ventress had a tense conversation with her father, who seemed unwilling or maybe unable to share more details about the worries and workings of the Magisters. Once Ovictus was thoroughly distracted by a reindeer wearing boots of levitation, Ventress summoned a handful of tiny arcane helpers to look for clues in his office, discovering an old map with the archipelago's layout from before the rift, as well as a strange report from those on the walls of Windward, detailing the unnerving experiences some of the watchmen have been having. At last, everyone met back up in Cloudward and shared what each of them had found. They were greeted by a friendly face, everyone's favorite tiny and overexcited little cloud boy, Gusty. And after some very cute shenanigans, Gusty was left behind to make as many snow angels as he could, fueled by Corin's cookies, while our party stepped inside the Silver Temple to Venedra. They found the diviners of Venedra exhausted and worried, unable to sleep and overcome with strange visions they didn't understand. The party took time to listen and to help many of them, alleviating the worst of their sleep deprivation and experiencing each of the odd visions on their own. Each one seemed to be pulled from a time and place they didn't understand, full of technology they'd never seen and figures they did not recognize. And just as they were finishing, an owl appeared, beckoning them up to the temple's tower to meet with the goddess of divination and life herself, Venedra. We find our party now, stepping over the threshold into an open-air room set high above the clouds. Venedra, a figure with smoky black scars across one half of their face, seemingly seeping the color from their skin and hair, has turned to face you. Their eyes, one of which is solid white and looks like shifting mist, and the other a stormy blue, meet each of yours calmly, and they say, "Hello. I'm glad you've come. We should talk." What do you do?
Is the I know that the tray of trinkets that Willow rolled was brought up to Venedra. Can Willow see that anywhere?
Yeah, you make just for fun. Make me a little perception check. There's a bunch of stuff in here.
11.
11. I think what you kind of see mostly in here, looking around this open air space, is all kinds of trinkets and divination tools and things. Like, it's a little bit of an organized chaos up here. I mean, you see everything from like telescopes that you guess is like divining from the stars placement, star charts, little thing of trinkets. There's like a corner that seems to be reserved for that type of divination, and you see like paper and a pen. You get this. You don't see the trinkets. You get the sense that Vinadra has like gotten this information somehow, and it maybe just isn't up here anymore or has been tucked away out of sight.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
What's going on?
I hear you've been looking around, speaking with the diviners. I thought maybe I could, sorry if you hear my clock in the background, be of any help if there's information you seek. I know there's much happening, so.
Yeah. Oh, Wilda just looks to the others. I was the one that had the more positive, though still interesting divinations when I spoke to the others, so I don't know if someone else feels they have more information, but contextually, what do you think could be driving the usual divination that is not as far away time-wise to now be accessible for the divinators?
I'm so sorry, can you rephrase your question? Because my brain
I'm
did
not a
not process
smart
it.
woman. If
That's
someone
reject.
else would like to speak up,
That's a
I
great job. My
would.
brain is just not working.
Wilda just looks, because Wilda is all wisdom, not smart.
Molly kind of just like steps up a little bit and goes, sure, I with all of these visions that you guys are getting, are they set in stone? Is this something that is changeable, malleable?
Well, and you see they kind of like start not pacing, but just kind of like breezing through the room a little bit, almost as if doing so helps her like think and process words. One could argue that all futures are malleable. It's why the art of divining is such a strange and sometimes untrustworthy art. I mean, the future is very much defined by our choices, and all it takes is one person making a different choice to make a different future. But these visions, I've seen what my diviners are seeing. I'm having different ones of my own, and when she does that, you can kind of see, Vinadra is at the moment a goddess who is more human looking than like god. Like Isla is mostly water and coral. Vinadra right now looks kind of just like a person. And I think without even in an insight check, you can kind of see when they speak about this different one that they're having, the heaviness in their face and almost something akin to exhaustion, which on the face of a god is obviously maybe not sleep, but something else. But you kind of catch a glimpse past that front for just a moment as they say that. But so I'm, mine is a bit different. But
are you comfortable sharing?
Do me a favor, make me a persuasion check. I'll say with advantage because you're counselors.
Thank you for advantage.
Of course.
Okay, I got a 21.
21. You see, Vinadra kind of like stops and has like paused a little bit away from you, kind of on the side where all those trinkets were, and is regarding you with something almost like a motherly worry expression, and then kind of like rights themselves and walks towards you. And as they get closer, you can kind of feel like, she is very like feminine and soft spoken, but they are also quite tall as they get up to you. And they kind of like look at you and go, "Are you certain you'd like to see? It's not an enjoyable vision."
I think at this point, I am searching for more answers. So knowing would be something that would probably give me comfort.
All right. And you see they kind of like hold one hand out to you, Pamali, and then kind of look towards the group and hold out their other for if anyone else would like to take it as well.
Ventress will take it immediately.
Absolutely. And
I will
Vinadra,
take Molly's hand.
sick. That's exactly what I was going to say, that you can also hold hands if everybody wants to. Is anybody not taking someone's hand here?
Wilda will
Hell
not
yeah.
be,
Oh,
but
wow.
Wilda will cast, if anyone looks a little extra nervous, we'll cast just bless, so they feel like nice and warm.
I love that.
So
That's so nice.
that just looks like a little like bubble starts to like form and flies over to them and like pops on their forehead, like a nice little kiss.
So cute.
Vinadra kind of sees this and gives you genuinely such a like warm and approving look, seeing you kind of like take this moment to reassure the people close to you. And as all of you, except for Wilda, kind of hold hands, Wilda, you do not see what I'm about to describe.
Yes.
Your vision, you kind of come back into that feeling that all of you have experienced a lot of in the past few minutes, which is that feeling of kind of like, you know, your vision clouding over with smoke and you feeling like you're being pulled, almost like you're floating a little bit into a different time. But this is the pull is harder. Benadra's magic is much stronger than any of the diviners, and I think it's almost a little bit disorienting, I almost said disorientating, to you as you're kind of like pulled into this vision. And as the smoke in your vision begins to clear a little bit, you find yourself standing in an extremely dimly lit room, more shadow than there is light in this room. In some kind of, the room is like dilapidated. There's like wallpaper and paint peeling from the walls. The floors look like are covered in like dust or dirt or something. It's hard to make out in this light. And you kind of realize, and maybe this is part of why it's so disorienting to you at first, that you are not seeing third person as you did with the other visions, but you are seeing through somebody's eyes, and that person is pacing back and forth. You can hear the steps hitting. You can almost feel the solid like wood floor beneath your feet as you walk. And you can hear there's a voice, but it's so muffled and garbled that you can't get any words. But it's almost like it's underwater, and you can hear the distress in that voice. And in this moment, you know the voice is coming from you somehow, even though you are not saying anything. And you can hear almost like sobbing cries and screaming, like yelling. And then from somewhere else, another voice, kind of in that garbled underwater sense, but it's laughing. You can feel that it's taunting you, even though you can't make out the words, and you can feel that kind of emotion, that anger, that betrayal inside of you eating you up. Magic begins to swell around you. It's blue and black and smoky, and it's crackling in the air. You can feel the hairs on your arms and your neck standing up from the force of it. And from behind you, there's a glow. You see it kind of begin to cast out the shadows in the room so brightly you can't even process it. Even as you turn to look at it, you find a crystal brighter than anything you have ever seen. And in an act of what all of you feel like is defiance, but you don't understand what you're defying exactly, you reach out and you touch it and you cling to it, even as your fingers bleed and your skin burns from the contact of this concentrated magical energy. You do not let go. You feel this sharp, burning pain in your chest. It's an unbelievable pain. And then the vision cuts. And you blink. And you are back, standing in this room. And if everybody who saw that vision can very quickly make me I'll say an insight or a perception check, that would be great.
And if anyone was looking worried before, you can add a 1d4 to that, because you would be a blessing receiver.
Nice.
I'll say Ventress was looking worried, because she's always looking worried.
Yeah.
Did anybody on that check get above a 13?
I got 29.
Fuck yeah, brother.
Sorry.
Got a 14.
14, hell yeah.
30.
30, hell yes. And I'm so sorry, Sweet, I did not hear what you said.
Ew.
Oh, there,
Oh,
I heard
my
that.
mic. Hello? Oh, there we go.
Hello.
I got a 12.
12? That's okay. I think, Pamali, you are so overcome by this pain that even though it is not affecting you, it is overwhelming to you in this moment. The rest of you, having seen all of these visions and being able to distance yourself from the experience enough to, like, process what is happening, realize in this moment of coming back and of clarity that this is not the end of the vision. Venedra has cut it off to spare you what you can imagine is a lot of pain for a long time. And as all of you come back, you kind of see Venedra still there, and there you can see that exhaustion again in her face a little bit, and this kind of like far off look, almost as if she is still feeling it. Like I said, not the most enjoyable of times.
Wilda not knowing what has been seen, but just seeing a very, not defeated, but like drained god, but also having a weird relationship with gods herself, just walks up and opens arms, offering a hug.
I think Venedra kind of like looks at you, and there's that a glimmer of laughter in their eyes, not mocking, but just kind of like in the irony of the situation of walking up to a god and asking if they would like a hug.
Yeah.
And I think instead of hugging you, she kind of just reaches out and like tucks some of your hair back a little bit and rests a hand on your shoulder and squeezes it. Just an acknowledgement of this very kind act.
Just like pats the hand and is just giving thankful energy, knowing as a god will probably have that. Yeah.
And just for my brain, James, so the place we did not recognize it, or did we? Roll?
I'm gonna say I don't think any of you would recognize it, both because it's super dark and also it's a place I don't think any of you would have had any reason to go to in the past. But actually, if anybody would like to make me, I'm gonna say an Arcana or a History check to recognize the crystal. I will let you do that.
History check.
Can I do specifically a history check to see if I understand like where her scar came from, or like know where?
Absolutely, you can do that. Yeah.
I got a 24.
And nat
24 for Ventress, nat 20 for Willow. Fuck yeah. And Corin?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, hell yeah. Sweet, I'll come back to you in just 1 second. Let me do the crystal stuff. Okay, so my dirty 20, and honestly, even my 24, you recognize this is a very concentrated power of like some kind of magic. And I mean, all of you have seen the heart up close because a lot of your meetings happen when the heart has set and is therefore right above your council room. You're kind of reminded of this because the heart is also such a concentrated mixture of magical energies. I think your mind kind of goes, maybe this is a piece of heart crystal, maybe this is a piece of that magic. It's some kind of clearly like life-sustaining, powerful magic. Willow, you remember hearing stories. You've never seen one necessarily, you wouldn't have had any reason to, but in your travels and your talkings with people from all over, you have heard stories about the Divine Lands, which is the collection of islands all around the central island of Tethelin that you are on, each of which is dedicated to the domain of one of the gods in the Castellan pantheon. Each of those islands, they say, it's almost more myth, but mostly because nobody ever gets like high enough in the serving of a god to know whether it is myth or truth, and is willing to talk about whether it's myth or truth. But there is a rumor among many of the Castellan people that each of the Divine Lands houses some sort of concentration of divine power for that god. So for example, Desar's Island, whatever is on it, there's civilizations, there's people there, but also somewhere hidden on it is the root of Desar's power. And this is true for each of the gods on their Divine Land. And as you look at this, there's a part of you that goes, that's a divine shard. And you don't know why or what part of you does that. Maybe it's the part of you that connected to the rune the other day that recognizes something similar to itself. But you know this is someone's divine shard. And whoever is grabbing this is not somebody who should be touching a divine shard. My wonderful close good friend Sweet. What did you get?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. To recall the scar. I think what you get with a dirty 20 is one, which I think you would notice even without a check, is that the nature of the nature scar is very similar to what you saw on Siren the other day. Which tells you, I think, that this, at its core, is probably some kind of curse in the same sense. Now, granted, a curse to stick on someone like Siren, who's mortal, and a curse to stick and be visible on a god, very different kinds, of course, and very different sources, of course. But, so one, it strikes you this is probably some kind of curse. But with a 20, I think the rift comes to your mind. This thing that not a lot of the Castellans talk about. It was almost 2,000 years ago now. It's a distant memory. That permanently reshaped the entire archipelago because it was the loss of a god and the rising of a demigod. And I think even though people don't talk about it, there isn't a lot of history about it other than this is a thing that happened and this is why, you know, we have a little bit of a crack in the bubble here and how astral light comes in. Like, you know the mechanical reasons behind it, you don't know the events that occurred, but what you do remember is that Venedra and Syrian have been spoken about as if they were the front line, as if they took the biggest blows and the biggest hit. And with a dirty 20, you also remember that Sunder was the god that fell.
Can I ask about the divine shard? Do I get any, did you mention any sense of whose divine shard it was? I can't tell.
I don't think you can tell, mostly because they all pretty much look the same. I think you would have to be in the space with it to kind of, like, you physically, to figure out, and also know, depending on what islands it's on. But, I mean, I would say with a nat 20, you would also recognize, like, for the room that you're in that vision to be as dilapidated as it is likely not a god whose divine land is, like, heavily populated or looked after.
Okay. Could I insight check for Nadra to get a sense of, does she know what this is and does she know whose it is?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm not about to tell a god something they already
Sure.
know. 21.
21. I think what you kind of see behind this veil of almost haggard, I don't know if haggardness is a word, but we're going to just say haggardness and call it a day. I think you see a mixture of things in their eyes, in that it is about half understanding and half frustration in not understanding. You get the sense that there are some things in this vision Venedra recognizes, there are some that they do not understand. And what they do understand is not quite enough for her to feel comfortable in it, if that makes sense.
And forgive me, did you say that this is technically like a heart crystal? It looks like a piece of the heart?
No. So for my friends who did not get a nat 20, so the DC was 25.
Right, that's what they thought. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, like, Corin takes a second to pull himself together because he was already kind of nervous about it given the other visions he saw.
Sure.
And is just gonna... I know the others aren't sure when their visions happen. Do you have any sense of if it's... Some of them looked like they were, or described they were far from our time maybe, but
Right.
does this feel or look like it's closer to our time, like hundreds of years more?
With so little information to go on in mine, it's hard to put a specific date to it. However, I have seen some of the others' visions, and it feels like theirs are things that have a long way before they would arrive. Let me rephrase that. It feels like theirs are a bit more, for lack of a better word, artificially constructed visions of things that will probably come to pass, but are so far out they can't be guaranteed. Mine, I feel, is sooner than later, and I don't think a warning is necessarily... I don't know that the vision I'm having is one that whoever is causing all of this means for me to have.
It's an omen.
It's an omen. Yes.
Mm.
The others...
Kind of look at Ventress, like downstairs. And I pull out the coin that has the wilted tree on it.
Ah, yes. Cruceris, may I? Kind of holds out her hand.
Of course.
Takes it and kind of like holds it up in this kind of like silvery blue whitish light that's up here. Kind of like flips it from the life side to the death side. Yes, Cruceris told me of what you'd seen. Remarkable work, by the way, if you ever are interested in a change of profession. But yes. Between us, kind of meets all of your eyes very meaningfully. The visions that my diviners are having feels like less of an omen and more of something that someone wants them to see so they don't see anything else. If that makes sense. But this holds the coin up again. This feels a little more truthful. Kind of holds it back out to you, Willow.
I take it. If your vision is one that is soon come to pass, maybe. Has anyone been sent to the Divine Lands to check?
Violent.
What?
Sorry, Divinelands? I wasn't present for Image, so...
Oh, I thought that was Abby, and I just heard violence. And I was like, yeah, babe, there's so many of those here. I love you. Yeah.
No, Wilda's just caught off guard, because this is the first...
Yeah.
Oh.
There was a divine shard, right?
Good eye. Yes.
Divine shard. Whoa. Jeez. Sorry,
No, it's all right.
As I've been around a while, I, have had some chit chat with the gods. I always was like, please take me to your divine land. I know you have it. And of course they're like, stop it. But the shard, that's big. And if it's like something soon to pass, and sorry, I'm just piecing together things because again, I've only seen happy stuff, and I'm gonna keep it that way so I can be happy stuff for the sad. But if it's that, and it's bad thing, and bad tree coin, very bad, if what I'm piecing together is correct.
We don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. On the topic of sending people to the Divine Lands, I mean, those who look after our divine shards and are in charge of each of the Divine Lands are, of course, in close contact with the gods that they serve. Nobody has reported anything strange, and I admit I've been wary to go to others other than my own and my husband's myself for fear of raising concern amongst those who are lucky enough to not be plagued by these visions. But that is sort of the crux of the issue, I think, is that things are clearly not right, and yet most of the places we look, we either can't see in the way that we're meant to, or there's nothing there. Aside from kind of nods in your hand to your hand holding the coin again, aside from this, have you found anything? All of you?
I found a map.
A map?
I did. It was of the... I can show you. And she'll pull out the everything she got from her father's
Mhm. Yeah, Venetia will kind of like clear a space on a nearby table so that you can kind of lay out these things. And sorry, go ahead.
No, this part is different. It's smudged out, and then this one, and she pulls the two maps so they're side by side.
Mm-hmm. Huh. You see Venetia kind of like holds out a hand and like presses. You see like the pads of her fingers almost meet the spot where that blacked out island is, and then she kind of like pulls it back almost reflexively before they touch it. Well, this would be a map before the rift. So, I mean, this spot makes sense a bit. But this report, I've heard a bit about this, but I haven't seen the words themselves. Kind of like puts her chin in her hand, and you see them like read it very quickly. Very odd. Actually, let me just roll the fucking nat 20, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Brother.
I love Venetra. You see, they kind of look between the two for long enough that I think all of you get the sense that there are gears a turning. Have you found anything else? Any other evidence, strange clues?
The lead that we're following after this is we're going towards the heart, but through the little wavy area by the like cliffs where there's a little cliffside with the passages. Because if I'm allowed to disclose this, if Pamali's brother got like zapped there, heard voices, and
I think Pamali's kind of like just can't help but like look over the scars.
Sure.
And saying, I saw a mark on my brother that looks very similar to the scars near your eye, and it seems as though he's had some kind of encounter with something. There were many voices that he heard in the water, and they were clear, like something you should not be able to hear in water. There were many of them, and he was in a trance. And I just want to go to the cliffside and see if there's something that we could figure out. But Venetia, I have to say that the mark on him looks very similar to yours.
Does it? These
It
voices. Can I ask what they said to your brother?
Don't remember verbatim, sweet the person, but
No, that's so
Molly
valid.
probably does and repeats it exactly
You're
word for
so
word.
valid. You see, Venetra kind of like nods as you talk about this voice, like almost baiting Siren to like follow it for power, essentially, to follow it to reclaim what in heavy quotes should be theirs. And that same kind of flash of recognition passes through the eye that is like pure mist, kind of like glimmers almost a little bit. And Venetra stands. I see. If I tell you all something, will you swear to me that it stays in this room?
Yes.
yeah.
Of course.
These signs, they're all pointing one way, but it's an impossible way. And that either means that what I think is impossible is not, or someone who is very good at misdirection and has seen things that no living mortal has seen. What do you know of the god Sunder?
And know that they caused the rift?
Yes. I suppose it depends on who you ask, but yes. Many years ago, Sunder walked amongst the Castellan people, like us, was a god of justice, was loved, and you see them kind of like she remembers something that they do not disclose and kind of like closes her eyes and nods. And then they decided that the rest of the gods had betrayed him because we didn't have the answers he wanted to hear. And so he decided that the dominion that he once ruled had to be burned to the ground. And all of us with it. Things were not great for a while. But Sunder has been locked away for nearly 2,000 years. There is no way he's left. We would know, my husband would know if he'd left. And he's there. He has to be there.
Can I ask you, Venedra? There's a presence in all of these visions, right?
Sure.
Do you know who this presence could be? Does it feel familiar to you?
It's hard with the ones that my diviners are having. Secondhand, it is sometimes difficult for me to have the clarity that I would otherwise have in a vision. I don't know. And that is something hard for me to say. The amount of power it would take for someone to do all of this. It is not power that Sunder would or should have access to in his current state. He's been stripped of godhood. He is locked away in a place very safe. This
But
would
can
take...
you be... Sorry.
It's alright.
Can you be sure without a shadow of a doubt? 100%.
That he's there?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you saying that it's possible outside help may be trying to, or has been influenced to bring him back?
If this were, if it is truly somehow Sunder's working, and he is still confined as I know him to be, it would require having help from the other side. The wards and the bonds, the magical bonds that hold him are quite strong. They are built for a god, even though he is no longer one. And it would require some kind of help, but to coordinate something like this, he would have to have a way of communicating with them, and that is...
Would a god have to start that opening on this end?
The opening to let him out?
To let information out? Or like, would a person have to believe? I don't know, how it works.
Sure.
Also, sorry, quick question.
Okay.
I am quite familiar with Zeta.
Yeah.
Is Zeta the replacement? Because when I think of what Zeta is in charge of, like karma, vengeance, social justice, is Zeta the not quite exact fill-in, but the follow-up to Sunder?
Sadair was Sunder's son, and was at one time less of a god and more of a demigod. When the rift happened, the people were in need of a force for unity and justice, and Sadair stepped up and assumed the mantle.
Yeah.
So, are you alright?
You, as a god not only of divination, but creation and birth, you may remember why I might have this freak out.
I can't say that I
Ah.
do, but if it's something you don't wish to speak of, I
the group, I've seen them at their moments, they can know mine.
Okay.
I look at everyone. In Zedaire's early years, I've been on this place a long time, decently shortly after Post Rift. Zedaire, fresh god, glowing. I arrived here, I was like, oh, who's the hunk? We created a child together. So knowing my dearest Wilda II has a grandfather, that is...
The center.
Fathers aren't great sometimes, so I wouldn't really.
I may need to have a conversation with an ex... the baby daddy. Oh.
Nature is kind of looking between all of you now with is a little more of an expression of like that introvert, my social battery has run out and I have to go, but I need to stay here, like right. Yes.
This is more to fill them in.
No, yeah. Perfectly.
Circling back,
Oh.
I understand Sunder should not have the power to influence what we suspect may be going on, but they would only need just enough to reach out to maybe just one person to get the ball rolling, and kind of looks at Pamali. Perhaps we have evidence that they have tried to do that to more than one person.
I'm thinking, whoever did the rune, whoever tried to frame Sien,
Right.
we should try and locate that person.
Yes. You should know Sunder now is not the paragon of justice he used to be. He is a being of trickery and deceit, and if he feels that there is an opportunity or an opening to sow feelings of betrayal amongst even you, he will find it. If you are going to go and seek this out, you should know if this is him and he truly somehow has found some kind of crack in the wards to extend out a hand. If he sees you, he will test you. Each of you. So if there is any kind of unsaid frustration, any quarrel between any of you, you need to get it out now. Because he will find it and he will use it.
Okay. Thank you, Benidra.
Of course.
Another question.
Yes.
About the mark on Siren. Are we able to remove it? Wilda and Corin were saying that they might be able to remove it. Do you think... I know she describes the nature of it and how it's pulling her magic and everything. Does it sound like something you're familiar with, or something that we might have the power to remove?
It feels like, at the very least, it could be abated. Mine is much... They are cut from different cloths, if perhaps from the same source. Mine was an attempt on my life. I suspect your brother's is not. If your brother would feel comfortable, you could try bringing them to me or to Cilios, who all of you know is the god of healing and medicine. Cilios has been researching much to help with mine, as in the past few weeks, mine has put me in a great deal of pain. And so I know Cilios has been researching ways in which to help. Unfortunately, not successfully enough to help more than a few hours at a time, but that research might give him something or some way to help your brother. But
Okay.
without seeing it, of course, I can't be sure.
Understandable. Thank you for
Of course.
pointing me in the right direction.
I hope that they can.
I think Pamela just grabs their hand and just gives it a little tight squeeze. And then
She
steps
kind
back.
of puts like one hand on your arm and the other over your hand, and you feel like one of her hands is very cold, not like to the point of pain, but just shy of it, and the other is nice and warm, and the warm one kind of squeezes your hand a little bit. In this sort of meaningful moment of like shared loss, she kind of like looks at you and then releases both hands. Is there anything else I can do for any of you?
You said yours was an attempt on your life, and then Sarah and the scars and everything. Would anything show up differently? At all, like maybe a growth spurt or something strange like that?
Willow just shoots a look at Ventress like...
Ventress is looking straight at Venetra.
Venetra, I think, looks at you, and you see there's like a moment where they're like processing the question, and then they like catch the movement of Willow looking at you, and look at Willow, and look back at you. It is unlikely that a growth spurt would be as a result of anything this being might be doing. Was that an example, or is there something you'd like me to look at?
Well,
looks at Willow. Looks at
there
you.
is something I'd like you to look at.
We shouldn't keep you any longer. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I guess my last point before we leave you to rest is...
Of course.
How much of this do the other gods and the other people in power know? I feel it's very important, while being aware that there may be betrayal among people with the resource and the power to do so. We need to be sharing what we know.
Of course. With the other gods, so Zirian and I have, who all of you would know when she references my husband, they are speaking of Zirian, the god of shadow and magic. Zirian and I have felt for nearly a decade that something was on the horizon. No indication of what it could be, of course, but we have been preparing and trying to prepare for some time. And the other gods, many of them felt that it was just a sort of echo of fear from the past, and not something to be worried about currently, because at the time I wasn't having any visions, nor were my diviners. But because of this, the other gods, in the past, and especially so in the last few days, have been made very aware of the rumblings, shall we say, of something in the not-so-distant future. And many of them are now beginning to see what I have been seeing for some time, and feeling for some time. The Magisters have been given a piece of this puzzle that you may have noticed. I don't know if any of you have spoken to them, but if they have been particularly dodgy, I apologize. They made a magical oath that they would not share any of this information with those outside of the Magisters and the other gods, in an attempt to not create a panic amongst the people. But yes, the gods have all of the, except for, of course, what we've spoken about today, but I will make them aware shortly. They are aware, and the Magisters know that something is coming, and have been told to look out. I haven't noticed anybody acting strangely in those two groups, but I am aware that the most virtuous of us can fall, any of us can. So.
Okay.
Would you say at this time then that I'm sorry, I'm so bad with the name. Zeder?
Adair.
Zeder. So at this time, Zadair doesn't know that current conclusions are pointing to Sunder?
I would not be surprised if he suspected. I don't believe they think anything for certain.
Okay.
And Corin, were you going to say something a moment ago as well?
Are the nature of the wards that keep Sunder in any way similar to the wards that we have at various points on the archipelago? I don't want like dangerous details, but created in a similar fashion, draw from each other, or can be interconnected?
In the sense that they are both highly powerful sources of magic, they are alike. Kalara made the runes that appear on Tethelin as well as on each of the Divine Lands. My husband personally, working with Sidair as well, created the ones to keep Sunder in. I mean, I suppose in a sense all runic magic is made of the same weave, but they are slightly different in nature and in creation as well. But I will have people who are in the position to check on those wards do so today.
Right.
Well, we have our own line, kind of looks at everyone else of investigation, and if we find anything by Cliffside, you will be one of the first to know.
Thank you.
And if you hear from Zadair, tell them to reach out to me because they need to have a word with me right away.
I will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Best of luck. Be safe. And if you need anything, I am here.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Kind of like nods, and you see the owl that has kind of like started on her shoulder and has been on the railing in the back, kind of like ruffles its wings a little bit and comes up and perches on her shoulder again, and she kind of walks off towards this telescope to look back out the sky.
I think Will will just kind of put a hand on like his friend's back and kind of like shepherd them out of the room, and not in a like bossy way, but in like a gentle way.
Sure.
Protective way. And I think Pamali, you feel like a squeeze on your shoulder, and it's more of a wordless like check-in. Are you okay?
I think you see that Pamali is just like gears kind of turning, but they do reach out and just like grab their hand instinctively. Just like comfort of knowing someone's there, knowing that they're there, and just gears turning.
I think once we're like outside and I guess in like the foyer of the temple, we're in the Silver Temple, right?
Yes, you are in the Silver Temple. You're kind of up in a tower. You can easily make your way back down into the main area.
Yeah, Willow will pause and kind of... Okay. What would everyone like to do? Do we need a rest or a break, or are we kind of edging to get going?
Wilda had taken the teleportation circle elevator from the tower and probably went directly outside to start pacing in fresh air. So
you're outside. You're like in the front of the temple.
Yeah, out front to get fresh air to pace.
You step out and you see a teeny tiny little guy with clouds for hair, making the most aggressive snow angels you've ever seen. And then he sees you and he sits up and he, Hi!
Hi.
Wilda!
Hi.
Are you okay?
Hi.
You kind of look like you're gonna throw up. I throw up sometimes. And my mom says it's better to get it out than to keep it in. So if you need to throw up, you should probably just throw it up, even though it's not very fun. It's kind of scary.
You know I might. And then just like is like keep going gesture and is just like doing the like a bit of a dry heaving like beside the snow, takes a little snow back of the neck. And it's just gonna let everyone do their thing as
Sure.
processing very large information.
Mhm.
I think when Willow addresses everyone else, one eye is kind of like keeps glancing out the open doorway to see what Will kind of is like. How are we feeling?
Awful, but like we should keep going.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty similar to Wilda over there.
Gross.
That was a lot. Can I just for Sweet's brain?
Yeah.
We all shared. Everybody knows what visions we all had, right? And all that. Okay.
The original ones, yes.
Yeah. So, I guess it just sounds like we're going to Clifford next. After that, did we want to take a second though? Because it was a lot that we just information that we just got. What is that coin that you have? What is that? An omen? What is that?
Kind of like brings it back out. It was something that Chrysaris, that's his name. Chrysaris was looking at. Look, I think we all need a minute, but why don't we head to the submarine? The journey will take a little while, and we can just take a moment, take it slow, and then stay. The submarine is a safe space for many of us, right? And I think we need a minute, but we can travel at the same time.
I think Pamali is just like staring at like the coin, like the wilted leaves and whatnot, and it's just like, okay, sure, yeah. I think we all should go take a moment to relax. I agree.
Okay. I'm gonna go check on Wilda.
By the time you start checking on Wilda has started to lay in the snow in a starfish position and has decided to talk life with Gusty.
Gusty is like cross-legged with you, and there's only a couple cookies left in here.
Yeah.
But I imagine, I don't know, it's up to you if you take it, but I think one has been like placed on your stomach if you would like it.
Yeah, Gusty, I just,
Uh-huh.
you know, sometimes you gotta process a lot of information at once. You've
Yeah.
probably gone through this with school. And whenever
Yeah.
it's just a day that it's just too much, it gets you.
Sometimes it really gets you down.
It gets you. And that's when you need to take a breather, and you need a buddy that gives you a cookie. You're a generous, generous person. You're wonderful.
Well, I mean, I
You'll
got
do
the
great
cookies
things.
from Corin, so I guess Corin is my cookie buddy. But you know, sometimes when I'm like really overwhelmed with all of the homework that I have, my mom says that I should just kind of sit down and count to 10 and take a deep breath.
A deep breath? All right.
Yeah. Have you tried taking a deep breath?
I'm going to try right now. You want to do it with me?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, ready? I feel better. Do you feel better?
I do feel better. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Kind of like reaches out with like hands are both sticky and wet on account of snow and cookies, but kind of like pats you on the arm a little bit.
Pat's hand on hand that's patting. Thank you. Sees Willow approaching, gets up, dusts herself off, has a breather.
Hi, Willow.
Hi, Gusty. Those are some good snow angels.
Thank you. I worked really hard on them.
I can see that.
I'm kind of the best angel warrior in the world.
Man.
You want a cookie? Colin made them
No.
for me.
If that's your last one, you keep that, okay?
Kind of looks down at it, and then very clumsily like breaks it in half and holds half out to you. We can show it.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Wilda. Why don't we head to the sub and
Sounds fabulous.
we don't have to go anywhere, just take a minute.
Are you guys weeping?
Yeah, buddy. We gotta.
Next leg of the adventure. You know how it is.
That's
Ruffles hair.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll miss you and come back and say hi again. Okay, because I'm gonna miss you a lot. So.
We'll see you around, okay?
Okay.
I think Corin kind of leans into him. I'll bring more cookies. Got any favorites? I'll make you some.
I really like the ones with the chocolate chips in them.
Okay.
Do you have any of those? The chips that are chocolate?
And I think he's gonna, because he's still got his little tool belt. He'll look in all of them, and there is, in fact, a chocolate chip cookie in one of them. I think this might
was that
happen.
magic?
Yes, it was.
I wish I could do magic. I wish I could do chocolate chip cookie magic.
When you're a little older, in a couple of years, I will teach you this magic.
Okay.
I think this might need to be your last sweet for the day, though. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Kind of gives you that sneaky kid look of I am definitely lying, but I don't think you could tell I am. Yeah, I'll only eat vegetables for the rest of the day.
Remember the broccoli, okay? You gotta grow tall.
Broccoli makes you tall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. I think I
of
got this
course.
height.
Is that what you're going?
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go find some broccoli. I have to, bye!
Bye.
Bye.
Takes the cookie, fucking books it in, and just like once they're around the corner, you can kind of hear, "Mom, do we have any broccoli?" Kinda like echoing.
Oh, how is it so that cute?
Also, are we in Cloudward right now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, we'll turn to everyone. I know this is a last minute request and we want to get to the submarine. Do you mind if we, or at least I, quickly stop by my my kids' bed and breakfast? I just want to check in on them. They're the child I had spoken about.
Of course.
I think for sure. If we're all taking a minute, did you want people to come with you?
Oh, it's all good. It was I just want to do it quick. That's why we could always use it just to grab food. But if everyone takes a break, I can meet everyone at the sub.
We're taking
right
a
after.
break. Why are we taking a break?
I don't know. That's what I just heard. Sorry.
We're gonna head to the sub and use that time to decompress for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, then I can send a sending to my.
No, Wilda, we can wait for you there. It's fine. I think you need a bit of time anyway.
Yeah. Cosmo will let you all in, and I will meet you there ASAP. Yeah.
It's no rush.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do. Okay. And again, we'll kind of like arms around like the rest of them, just going into a bit of like protective dad mode, and like walk away with you.
I think the whole walk, like Corin has fallen beside, like on one of Willow's side, whichever one, like Pamali it probably isn't at, and it's just occasionally like sideways glances with like a very what's the word? Like not a very thoughtful look on his face each time, not like inquisitive or accusatory or anything, but just something is very clearly on his mind.
Will doesn't pick it up. For once.
I'm so surprised.
Pretty lost in thought, yeah.
I think Ventress is walking in front of Willow and them and like looking at the maps over again and rereading the report that she got from her father's office, and kind of reads it out loud to them, pretending like they're listening to her. I don't think we should take a break. I think we should go right into this. Just if anyone was wondering.
I think a breather would probably be good. I would like to try and see if I can talk to Isla real quick before we get on to the sub. So, I know you want to get to the answer, but I think slow down might be a good thing. No, Ventress?
V, it will only be you need to eat, I need to take a nap. And it will just be a short rest, and then we get going, okay?
All right. Short
Not gonna
rest.
be of use to anyone if you burn yourself out.
Yeah.
It's not even.
Corin,
I know what time it is. It's not even 2 p.m. I have my
Yeah.
invisible watch.
Corin also used a good amount of spells in there, so giving him a rest would be good too.
Okay. Group vote for rest. Rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Can I do-
submarine will be moving the second everyone's in there, so if people need to nap while we're going, that's totally good. And it's just me checking in on my kid and then Molly having a quick convo with Isla. Should be lickety split.
Reaches out and just grabs Ventress's hand as they're walking, and says, "Continue. I'm listening."
I think she just rereads the report one more time. It's like, it doesn't. None of this really makes any sense, especially if it's in the future what people are seeing. And
Yeah.
why would we be concerned with that if it's so far away? And then the divine. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. It's whatever the energy is, that being, that presence in all of them. I think that's really what we're focusing on. I don't know if it's the visions per se, but what is pushing them, you know?
Right, I would love
Also,
to
this
know.
information that you got this from your dad?
I stole it from him.
God, Vince, you stole it from him?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
really? I mean, like, you 5 years ago would have never done that.
I know. That's so bad.
How'd it feel? I think she kind of just, like, hip bumps Ventress. Someone left for a second. Oh, man.
Yeah. So, would love to know who's doing it. The reason behind doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Why would you want to mess everything up because you're upset? It's just
Right.
very.
Well,
I'm sure we'll find out.
You've read this. We are going to find out. We're going to focus on it really soon. You've read this to me about 4 times now. Do you want me to share a little bit of gossip that I have with you for a little bit of a
Ooh.
distraction?
Of course.
Yeah?
Always, yeah.
When I talked to Sven, they told me that he was thinking about becoming a Starfarer.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is not my gossip.
No.
But sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's exciting for them.
That's
They
big.
told me it is big. You can see on Pamali's face, like, they're excited, but their ears are, like, flat. But yeah, they've been talking to Silvertongue about it, and it seems like, I don't know, it seems like they're going to be starting that up soon, which is really exciting for them.
That is exciting.
Yeah.
Good for
Have you-
him.
What'd you
About
say?
what?
Corin just is like, good for him.
It is good for him, and I don't know. We haven't talked about Starfarer stuff in a minute of interest.
Oh, I think it's quite. I would love to go up there sometime. I don't.
Willow starts moving away from the group with Corin and kind of like wraps an arm around Corin to give like them some gossiping space.
And I guess if they're like walking as they do this is probably when Wilda has to like take a turn to like go. And so Wilda just says, "All right, well, I'll see you all at the submarine. And as they said, there's, a god of betrayal trying to get in our heads. Just know you're all like children to me. There's literally nothing you could do that would like ever make me feel that. So you can try to betray me. You can never, because I love you too much. Kisses." Wilda out. Walks away backwards.
Sends kisses.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. You haven't talked about Starfarer stuff in a minute. I don't know.
Well, I'm not a Starfarer, so.
I know.
But I would, it would be cool to just go up. I'd like to go with Burge sometime, but I'm busy here, so.
You should take a vacation.
Yeah, I really haven't taken many of those ever.
Like since you started, yeah. Like you should
Right.
consider.
I
I
wouldn't
feel
even
like
know
you
where
have
to
a lot
go.
of like paid time off
Oh, yes, I have. I have so
like
much
built
time
up.
off. Yeah, they keep trying to get me to take a day off, and I just... I don't have anything else to do. I don't have anywhere else. I like work.
I'm sure Bridge would like keep you busy out there.
Yeah, I'm sure she could find something to do, so...
Right? So you should I don't know. I think you should talk to Birch about it, about just heading out there and seeing what's out there.
I will next time I talk to them, and I'll write it down. I'll write it out. She'll take out her
put it in
little
your
notebook, her little planner, her mini planner, because her big one is so fancy and nice, and put in talk with Birch. And well, it's in there. I'll bring it up. I will go on a vacation after we defeat whatever's happening. So we have to do that first, obviously.
We'll do that first. Yes,
but everyone wants to take a break first, so I'm respecting that everyone wants to do that, and we can get started afterwards. So
yes, rest is good, and when we get in there, I'll get you some snacks. I know that's Corin's domain, but I feel like, did you finish the breakfast that was packed for you?
Yeah.
All
I didn't
right,
even remember, so...
Right, okay, so that's a no. I got you. Come on. Let me just start tugging them forward towards the sub.
I think when Willow like pulled us away, Corin still has been like pretty quiet, say for the good for him.
Okay,
and
I noticed this time.
Willow, I think like maybe like 30 seconds after we've like moved away, you hear in your head using our little thingy things that we got.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk when we get in the submarine.
There's like a moment. I don't know if Willow gets anything from that. I think Willow interprets that as like, I need some advice, and because you've been quiet, Willow kind of like softens and is like, yeah, that's okay. I can talk.
It'll be short, so we can both get some sleep.
Sure. Are you okay? I know the visions you saw are a lot.
And I think he'll say this part out loud. Yeah, it was a lot. It's fine. I'm fine.
If you need a space to process anything you saw, you're welcome to meditate with me anytime.
I will take you up on that.
Cool. But that does require you to sit still longer than 5 minutes, so we'll see.
Do my hands have to be still? Could I have something in them?
Yeah, you can have a fidget toy.
Okay, I can do that then.
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. And we will kind of pull back from our group of 4 heading for the submarine to Wilda. Wilda, you're kind of walking down this nice path out of the like city center part of Cloudward into where more of like the homes are, to find the B&B that your kid runs. Do you want to tell us what the fuzzy homunculus looks like as you come up to it?
Yes, the fluffy homunculus is a I love it so much. So think like rancher style, like those like big, comfy, homey bed and breakfasts. And it's this like light pale blue siding, but at each level, when like the amount or the size of the home changes, there's like a thin ridge of like little clouds that are like a mix of like decorative and like magical, swirling around with these big gardens. And you can see there's like a decent like patch of land where there's like a farm nearby, where Wilda knows that's where 2 of Wilda's other children, the twins, Chad and Ciabatta, live. And so it's just this like nice, pleasant place. There's another homestead off to the side that houses, it almost looks like a manor because it has 5 either families or pairs in it, because it's Wilda II's 5 kids and 12 grandkids. And this is just like a large part of Wilda's familia.
Yeah, absolutely. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking for Wilda too, correct?
Yes, Wilda too. Wilda the second, the matriarch of this little estate.
Hell yeah. As you're kind of walking up, you see the very familiar figure of Wilda II. Kind of like, you get the sense that like they're hunched over pulling weeds out of like a little collection of flowers outside and just like grumbling. Do you want to tell us what Wilda II looks like as well?
Yes, I would love to. So Wilda the second is has fluffy white hair, but it looks almost more cloud-esque. Honestly, moved to Cloudward because it matched their aesthetic. Has like this pale blue skin. Looks familiar to how I think people would picture like an air genasi. But yeah, big smile. Also has a bit of Wilda's eclectic fashion. As Wilda and Wilda II had, let me check, yeah, about 200 years together before any other kids came into the family. So, you know, very close. And yeah, this nice little blue kid. Well,
absolutely love that. You see, Wilda II today is wearing this like cute oversized cardigan that's like a rainbow. You know, the ones where there's just like stripes of rainbows all the way down.
Perfect.
Wearing like one of those and like bright pink boots. And kind of looks up and goes, "Oh, hi, sorry, I didn't know you were coming today."
It was last minute. It's always a pleasure to see you. Can I get a big hug?
I totally could have like, oh yeah, come here. Kind of like wraps you in, almost tackles you to the ground. Honestly, like holds you.
Oh, tap out.
I missed you. Why don't you come over more often?
I try to do the big family dinners, and it's just, oh my gosh, recently canceled.
I mean, every
but I'm gonna
family dinner is a big family dinner, you know.
I know. It's, and also you have, oh my gosh, your family's getting huge. What are you waiting on? Like grandkid number 13's coming along soon? Like my goodness,
God, something like that, huh?
Yeah, it is. But no, this is a little more serious. News just came to me, and I immediately wanted to deliver it to you.
Sure. Do you want to come in? Is everything okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. Kind of like opens the door, and you see the house is like fairly quiet. You get the sense that like all the kids are out kind of fucking around in Cloudward, and like all the adults are taking some quiet time because all the kids are out fucking around in Cloudward.
Yeah.
So it's a fairly peaceful scene, mild chaos in the house, which is not usual for this family. But you know, can I get you something? Do you want some tea? Do you want a drink?
I have to have a relatively quick turnaround because of the current kind of case we're working. But
if we can get you something. I can like make you some food. I can.
I'll take whatever you have in the pastry case, and it's not like that. I can eat quickly, you know. Okay.
Yeah. Don't you do your talking. I'll go get the pastries. Don't even worry about it. Kind of
okay.
You hear walking off, and you immediately start hearing like the clinking of glass. Yes. You get the sense that they are rummaging up a lot more than you probably.
All right, I'll meet you in the study. I'll get my thoughts together.
Okay. A few minutes later, you see she comes back out, holding a plate that is stacked high with, really nice looking pastries, and also is like juggling a cup of like some kind of tea. Okay, yeah, all right, come on, let's go. We gotta go to the study. Right. I know you're in a rush, but I mean, I can't have my mother come over here and not get fed.
And you learned very well from me, and I appreciate everything you do every time. Have a seat. And take some for yourself.
Eat.
No, you eat.
No, you.
Pushes it back. Oh, okay, fine.
You eat.
I grab one, throw it, knowing that they'll catch it, and then grab one for myself.
They do.
All right. All right. So here's the deal. You know, as you're extremely special, of course, even regardless of your upbringing. But you know, your father, your other parent, may I say, is a god. Yeah, we know this.
Yeah.
I didn't know if, they told you, their heritage, but I just found out, and I wanted you to find out from me. You did?
Okay. No, I mean, we don't, they're kind of busy. I'm running a business here. Yeah. It kind of just.
And I was always assuming that's just the case, it just didn't come up or whatnot. Sure. But, I can't tell you why I know this information and why it's relevant, but that I want to share it. There's a level of in confidence I am at. But
I mean, if it's a secret, I don't want you to get fired or something.
It's not a secret. Other things are. And I can't tell you, but you're smart.
You can't. Okay, yeah.
but your grandfather, Zader's father, is Sunder, that god.
Oh.
Yes.
Yikes.
And I wanted you to be aware because I wanted you to hear from me. And
Yeah, sure.
I know I'm sounding very dramatic, and I
I'm
just
sorry.
can't tell you anything more. I just wanted to...
Well, I hate to interrupt. Can we go on a break screen super, super fast?
Yes.
Sorry. Put a pin in that. We'll be right back. Don't change that Twitch channel. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So sorry for the interlude. We'll pick up right where we left off. Abby, can you repeat what Wilda said at the end there?
Wilda was saying just the general, revealing the fact to Wilda II that Wilda II's grandfather is Sunder, the now shackled god after the rift.
Yes.
Yes.
That's it doesn't sound good. I mean, I'm not like super up on my history, but
yes,
that's like that. Yeah.
Yes. I'd say the thing is, while gods are gods, they are also the children don't have like that complete connection of like, oh, they have to have that belief or whatnot. And like if anything was the case, then that would be just your direct parent who, karma, social justice, community,
Yeah,
And that's just me. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. You know how we are in this family. Gotta keep it light.
I do. No, yeah.
Yeah. But as is the case, I think it would be good to review the history, as well as what the dangers of Sunder are, and what the responsibility of any child, grandchild, great-grandchild of Sunder to know that, this is something that we aren't, and we're proud of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because Sunder is about, vengeance, chaos, and trickery, and we might be a little chaotic, but we're none of the other things.
Okay. Should I be worried or something? That I was under the impression that was a long time ago. It's important to know where you came from and like break into family cycles and all that. But you seem a little unnerved.
I am not allowed to tell you, and
okay.
I want to very badly, and I hope that illustrates what I want to say.
Yeah. Hey, it's you see, she kind of like stretches out and like takes your hand in theirs. It's okay. Listen, I trust you. So, if you tell me you can't say something, then it was probably boring political stuff anyway, and I'm not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm sure it's going to be okay, because, you're, like, pretty capable or whatever.
And thank you very much. But yeah, just be safe. Keep tabs as you usually do on your family, and if you ever need anything, I am here. It's right now I'm busy, but if something big comes up, you tell me right away. I'll be in a jiff.
Yeah, you too. Mostly if you need a vacation, I don't have a lot of other, like, big magical
I'm
skills
gonna need a
but,
vacation after this, so I will be taking you up on it.
A room for you. I know the one you like, and I'll keep it ready.
Please.
So you just come on by on the house.
All right. Big hug.
Yeah. When they hug you again, it's a little bit more solid than it was before. Like they can tell that something is wrong. Yeah. All right. Well, I would get out of here before the kids come back because it's gonna be loud and not at all conducive to a relaxing environment. So
there was no way I'd be able to get out with saying goodbye to them. Their faces are too cute. Okay.
Goodbye. You'd be stuck saying hello for 3 hours.
Yeah.
So many of them.
Yes. Okay. Kisses. Does like cheek kisses, Montreal style. And then
wait, let me and starts like packing up the leftover pictures.
You know what? I'll take them all.
There you go. Yep, great. Do you want me to put the tea in like a to-go?
Yes, please. You understand.
All right, just give me a minute. Don't you go anywhere. Gets all of that together and pushes it into your hands right happily.
Well, takes a deep breath. Forehead kiss. Goes.
Amazing. Absolutely. Are you heading straight to the submarine?
Yes.
Amazing. Then while you're walking back, we will pan back to our other little group of friends. Are you doing anything before you reach the submarine?
Can Ventress go up to Willow and say, can we check to make sure you're not growing anything new? Or do you feel different? Do you feel okay?
Growing anything new? Like what?
Like you had
that.
Yeah, well, at this point, nothing could really surprise me, but you don't feel any different than before?
I think you hear Pramali kind of giggle in the back.
This is the laughing matter, don't you understand?
Sorry. No, please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, Pramali, what's funny?
I just think it's funny how me putting my foot in my mouth about your second puberty has caused all of this.
Yeah, thank you for that. No,
it was a great catch. I mean, you really could be going through something.
I really don't think I am, and I think I'm just maybe an inch taller, and everyone needs to calm down about it.
More like 5.
I haven't grown in years.
Well, that's your problem, Ventress. Go see a therapist about it.
You are my therapist. I don't understand why.
I'm not your therapist. I'm not going to tell you again. I'm your best friend.
I know. Can I
You
just
sit
look?
in my chair.
I
Okay,
sit in
you know
your
what?
chair, your fancy chair.
I'm about to. We're like walking onto the submarine. He's like, Ventress, I'm gonna go change into some clothes. You can come with me, and I will strip for you.
I
if
will
you like.
come. Thank you. That is what I would
Okay.
want. So
Come.
yes, thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come see me undress? Going once,
I-
going twice.
I mean,
Not like that. This isn't a weird.
he's just
Oh no,
cutting
it's
the
a
tension.
free show. It
Nope.
doesn't happen very often.
Oh
Nope.
my
Go.
god.
You know what? You two go right ahead.
So generous.
Right. Okay, I'll be back in 5. I think as they kind of step onto the who's on the submarine?
So when you reach the submarine, which, by the way, we have not yet seen the submarine, so Abby, not to ask you to describe a third thing today, but would you like to tell us what your submarine looks like?
Let me at it. Oh my god, it's this beautiful, like, golden brassy beauty. Like, think of, like, the portholes. Like, it's, like, old-fashioned, but in the way that, like, is fantasy old-fashioned, not, like, actual old-fashioned. Like, this thing looks sick. It's decently big. And honestly, the most fun is the interior. The way it is decorated is, it's like, there's like rugs and carpets laid over like the, basically just like hardwood floors, frequently-ish replaced or magically done so they don't get like water ridden. There's like big information screens, like the big thing that comes down, but there's also like love seats and like a little kitchenette, and there's so much color everywhere because like the second Wilda received it, everything was like maybe pale blues, pale greens, or just like a boring color, and it was like, no, art, some stained glass window little dangling things in front of the portholes to like make it feel more homey, tapestries all around, and anything that has like information is like those like funky like blue magical screens of information, and greeting you there is Cosmo, who's running things, and then Heath is puttering around in the kitchen area because it's on its lowest staff amount to have the most space for everyone and to give other staff members time off, including Zan is not present and Goldie is not present, I believe.
Sorry, did you guys pick up that wild noise in the background?
No.
Great, that's good to know. It's fine.
Before we did get into the sub, though, Pamali did want to reach out to Isla. So, if that's
Absolutely. How would you like to do that?
I think while everyone's like loading on, she goes to the other side of the dock and just kind of puts her hand in the water, and probably casts like message into the water and just says, "Can you hear me?"
You kind of feel, as you like stick your hand in the water, you feel, I mean, you're close enough to the beach that like there's little waves coming, and one of the waves comes and the water like wraps up your arm a little bit and stays, almost like a hand, and you just hear in your head, yes.
First off, hi.
Hi.
I feel like it's been a second since I've spoken to you. It's been like, what, 2 days? It's a long time.
2 days too long.
Yeah. Well, we're headed to Cliffside, and the waters are really choppy there. And I don't know, I was just wondering if you could just keep an eye out for us as we go through those waters.
As you say this and you're kind of looking down into the water, you see it begin to like shift a little bit aside from the waves, and then kind of coming out of the water, still like small, like person-sized, you see your parents' face, Isla's face kind of like appear, and their shoulders appear as they stand up from the water. You're going cliffside?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll stay in the area. Why? Are you for fun? Or...
You remember yesterday when I went into the water, I was checking in on Siren and their memories and what they were going through, and I saw something over there that I just wanted to check out.
Okay.
I don't...
Yeah. Just be safe.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking you if you can, come with us, because I'm a little worried.
Yeah, I can. Are you swimming there?
No, we're taking the sub. We're taking this sub.
Ah.
Hopefully I
Yeah.
won't need to get into the waters, but if I do, then you'll know about it for sure.
Sure. I am pulled away a little at the moment, but I can be in the area and just if anything goes. Not that anything will go wrong. You're very capable.
Thank
If
you.
it were, I could come help get you out.
Okay. What? Okay. Not to pry, but like, what
is
are
that
you
okay?
up to? No, that's perfectly fine.
There's just some things going on. Everything is fine. I'm actually kind of like leans in a little bit almost, and it like you can tell the features are a little bit less, like humanoid than you're used to. And I think you've seen this before. You kind of get the sense that like Isla themselves is not necessarily here right now. They are extending her power to like speak with you. I'm technically in a meeting with Benadra at the moment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't mean to hold you. Well then.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, we just left a meeting with Benadra ourselves. And I know
Yeah, that's
what you're talking about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They told. I don't know. I know we haven't talked much about the rift. And all
The
that
head kind
stuff.
of like turns a little bit.
Yeah. I know the day of the festival you told me some things that, you didn't think you should have. I don't know, maybe if we could have another conversation like that a little later, maybe, possibly.
Sure.
Okay.
I am. By the time you're done, I'll be done. So just let me know, and I'll come find you.
Okay. All right then. That was all. I just wanted to let you know that we'll be in choppy waters.
You see this almost like kind of avatar of Isla, like reaches their hand up and kind of like ghosts along your cheek, and you can feel it's like nice cool water, like refreshingly cool water, and leans forward and rests their forehead against yours. And as they do, you kind of feel a little bit of like magic wash over you, and you now have 15 temp HP until your next rest. And this like avatar of Isla just says just a little something extra to make sure that you're okay. Which you will be. You're all grown up.
Thank you for the extra support. And she goes and like gives them really soft kisses on both sides and holds their hand. And when they pull away, I think Pamali kind of shapes water and like just grabs like a little like dollop so that she can just fidget with it.
Absolutely, you could do that. And you see like this avatar of Isla kind of like opens its mouth and then pauses and goes, "Oh, okay, they have figured out what I'm doing. I have sorry, I have to. Oh, I gotta go."
Understood.
And the water flashes back into the ocean, but except for that one little bubble that you've got.
She turns and goes into the sub.
Yeah, absolutely. To kind of follow up on something that Abby said earlier, it's actually not Cosmo that greets you here. Cosmo was sent to distract Zan, if I remember correctly.
Yes, you
so
are
it is
correct.
currently Heath, and you all can kind of hear Goldie humming down within. But Heath is like, of course, is like leaning against the metal hatch open and goes, "Hey, I hear we're going on a trip."
Something like that, yeah.
What does that mean?
Nothing. We're going on a trip.
Okay, are you guys okay? Y'all look like kind of freaked out.
We always look like this, so.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Hey, you wanna come in?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
I'm just
for
gonna,
sure.
and like kind of gestures, as she's kind of half walking away. I think Willow historically has spent a lot of time on this sub.
Sure.
Less and less so, obviously, in the last couple of years, and so being back here, there's this kind of like pang. And I think it's for a mixture of reasons, but one of the main being like they can still see all of the imprints that like Willow has left behind in this submarine, and that they haven't gone yet, and they just need to go into a cupboard and they find like a set of like his own clothes, and they haven't been moved. So I think Willow just rummages in a cupboard for a minute and brings out like a set of like actual monk robes. They're in like they're currently wearing like a very casual, like a long skirt and like a flowing kind of like blouse, but they actually get some proper combat clothes, as it were, and kind of looks at Ventress and is like, well, okay.
Take
And
your
I
clothes
think
off.
automatically goes for Zan's room and then immediately like tries to play it off and like just heads into like and just kind of Heath, can I use your room for a second?
Yeah, no worries, man.
Thanks.
Sorry about
And
the
then,
mess in there.
you're cool. And just ducks inside, trying to play it off.
It's
Ventress will
very
follow.
the mess. It's not like dirty mess, but there sure are kind of. It's just kind of like shit everywhere.
Sure, it's fine. Well, it doesn't even blink at it.
Ventress is gonna start trying to put things away.
Ventress, don't do that.
What?
Don't tidy up someone else's room. It's rude.
It's rude that
Yeah,
I'm
it's rude.
helping.
This could be an organized mess. Anyway, it's fine.
Sure.
You have to concentrate on checking me out with second heads or whatever.
Yeah.
This starts undressing.
I just want to check to make sure because you had that thing and everyone's like, you're taller, and it just makes me nervous, especially with
Ventress, it was the rune. It's a very pure form of magic, and I am half tree, more than most people. Okay, that's just
Yeah.
why.
I just want to check.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you've noticed, Willow, there's a lot of weird things going around.
Listen,
So-
whatever weird. Do you want to pat me down? Like what's like? It's now like fully
touch you.
shirtless, and it's like
Just do a little spin for me.
a pirouette slowly.
Is there anything new on Willow that anyone should be concerned about?
I could be mean and tell you to make a perception check, but just like looking at it, I mean, you see that one little spot of like bark. Other than that, and the being a little taller, you don't see anything really.
All right,
You satisfied?
checks out. Yeah.
Okay. I swear if roots start growing, you'll be the first to know. Okay.
Okay, I will hold you to that.
All right. Don't worry. I've got enough to stress about.
Oh, I will be worrying, but that's okay. I'm fine. I feel like we should. You are the ones who want to take a rest and relax. I'm ready to go see what's out there.
Okay.
That's not a dig at you. Sorry.
No, I
Sorry.
didn't take it as one. I understand and I appreciate you going at everyone else's pace.
Thank you. Well, okay. I will let you change. Tell me if anything weird starts showing up. I'll do the same.
Okay.
yeah.
If you start growing tree bark, then we have something to be worried about.
Oh, you will all know if I start growing tree bark. Yeah.
Okay.
Awful. Terrible. And she'll turn around and go back out to the group.
As you're kind of stepping out into the hallway, you nearly collide with Goldie, who kind of goes, "Oh, sorry. I was just trying to get to my room, and I didn't know you were coming out of Heath's room. Is everything okay?"
Yeah, I was just
Also,
checking.
hi, missed you. Haven't seen you in a while. How
Hi.
you
I
doing?
haven't seen you in so long. I'm doing so good. How are you?
I'm fine. You didn't sound like you meant that when you said it.
Oh, I did. Sorry, I just sound
Okay.
like this sometimes. Sorry, it's been a really stressful, long day. I was
Huntress, here's my question. Are you lying? Is this a lie, or do you genuinely think that you're okay?
I think Ventress thinks she's okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then I won't make you make a deception check about
Okay.
it. Goldie kind of like crosses her arms. Okay, yeah, no worries. I just, if there's anything I can do to help, I'm pretty good at fixing. Fixing people is a little. I didn't mean it like that. I just, I'm
Yeah.
pretty good at medicine and stuff like that. So just, if you're not feeling well or anything.
Oh, I'm feeling great. Everyone else here seems to be tired and wants to take a rest
Oh.
and is
Oh,
mentally drained. I am not. I'm ready to keep going. Have you seen anything weird out the submarine recently in the water? Or just
I mean, yesterday I saw a fish that was like swimming upside down. It might have been
it was probably dead, Goldie.
wow, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
I don't know, what kind of weird, like,
See any people out in the water?
I mean,
Just
like
really far
like,
away.
we're on a beach. So
Yeah,
people
I didn't
do
mean
that
like that.
sometimes.
I mean,
Do you
like
mean-
out the horizon.
Like on a boat or just like swimming out in the
Just swimming out in the.
not really. I mean, sometimes the people who live in Tideward, they're like really good swimmers, so they'll kind of like swim around under the water and stuff, but like I don't think so. We've
Well,
mostly been in port the last couple days, so
Right.
just-
Yeah.
Why
well, I was
have
just checking.
you seen anyone?
No, I just read something weird. It's not a big deal.
Oh,
It's
is it like
normal.
sometimes when you like read a scary book
Mhm.
and then like whenever you look in the mirror, you're like, oh my god, what if there's someone behind me in the mirror, but then there isn't
Yeah.
someone in the mirror, so it's like fine.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. That
Yeah.
happens to me all the time. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it can freak you out, and
Yeah.
I guess I'm just a little freaked out. Not as freaked out as everyone else. Need to make that clear. But
Okay.
yeah. No, I'm great. I'm great. I'm glad you're great. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too. I'm around if you need anything. So
I will come directly to you if I have any questions.
great. I do actually have to get past you to get in my room because it's like
Oh.
you're kind of in the middle of the hallway, and
Sorry.
I mean, like it's fine. It's like you can totally be in the middle of the hallway. I didn't mean to make it sound like you couldn't.
No, I don't want to be in your way, and it's yeah. I'll just go over there. I'll
Okay.
just go back
Yeah.
to that.
Cool. I'll see you
Yeah,
later.
I'll see you soon.
Because
Yep.
we're going sailing.
Yep.
Willow's
Okay.
like on the other side of the door listening to this, like
Sure.
just like slowly wrapping their hands, just like, oh my god.
Yeah,
And then we'll wait till that
absolutely.
conversation has passed until we come out again.
Absolutely. And with everybody kind of making their way to the submarine and those on the submarine getting ready for, I don't know, whatever's about to happen, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Don't change that Twitch channel. We got some good stuff coming up. And yeah, see you in a minute.
Ah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. God, I wish you could have heard the countdown that Miller just
So
did.
aggressive.
It was really good. Yeah, we kind of return to, I almost said sweet, Pamali, not Sweet the human guy. Pamali and Wilda kind of arriving at the entrance to the submarine at the same time. Is everybody else inside already?
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
I think so.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to my submarine. Wilda is actively eating food. I brought snacks.
Oh, that looks so good.
Willow
Yes,
walks
ma'am.
out. They are now in. You don't see them in these clothes very often. They're very much like old training robes, but they're like a very nice pale sage green with like gold embroidery. Just kind of like ballooning trousers and like a sash around their waist, and their hands are like very carefully wrapped in these kind of whatever monks hand wraps. Yeah.
Wilda
Kind
is beaming like a proud soccer mom on the sidelines, knowing she personally ironed that and you got it from the cabinet. And you can just see the joy of a mother looking at you.
I think Will like makes like catches it and like double takes and is like, "Thank you for keeping these."
Anytime.
Okay. Everyone rest up. And then we'll send a message to Corin with the little bracelet and be like, "Did you want to chat? You okay?"
Yeah. Yeah, let's chat. And I think Corin, like, I don't know, there's some. My understanding is that Corin has been on here even as a child because of Pamali. And I think, like, they ran around, found hidey holes, secluded spaces. And Corin just leads Willow off to one. Willow might know this one or not, whatever, but does go off and find one of those.
Yeah, I think probably where you find your way into is the engine room of this submarine. You kind of walk in. There's no one in here right now, of course. It's a fairly small space, but it is primarily taken up by this big kind of flourishing tree that all of you would know is kind of the living heart of this ship, as all ships in this world are living, but especially so Castellan ships. The tree seems like it's doing fine. There's a little bit of space around here. You can see there's like a couple of pillows in here, so whoever is looking after the engine has a place to sit.
Corin will place just like a gentle and hand on the tree. It's like saying hi to an old friend.
Yeah, you feel kind of a little thrum of recognition, just very faintly.
Yeah, and is going to turn to Willow. Do you
What's in your
remember?
mind? Sorry.
Do you remember that party we threw for you a couple of years ago after you broke up with Zan?
I think Willow goes from looking really kind of a little bit therapist mode, ready to listen, and then is just does a double take because this is just not what they were expecting to come out of your mouth. Yeah. Why?
I know you don't remember this.
No, I got a concussion that night. So did you, if I remember.
I did not get a concussion. I just broke my nose.
Okay, that was just me. Fine.
Well, maybe you don't know. That night, since I don't sleep, checked in on you every once in a while to make sure you woke up. And it's like he's Like, he's very clearly, like, just shy of stressed about what he's about to say. Listen, that night, you pretty much told me you were in love with Pamali. Asked me not to tell them, which I have not. I would never break my word, and specifically, I was just pretty much like, you've got time to figure out what that means for the both of you. Or you said that, and I said, unless the world's ending. And then you pretty much were like, we'll revisit that if the world's ending. I don't know if our world does end. It feels like. And I don't know if the start of it's right now, or it's decades, centuries, whatever from now. But our world does end. And whenever it is, we know it's happening at some point. So I thought that conversation's been in my head for 2 years, and it's been, and I think the room gets a little hot as he's saying that, which you recognize is usually when he's which is mostly when he's like either actually angry or remembering times when he was like angry in a situation. It's been a lot just to hold on to and not talk to you about it. So I'm not telling you what to do with that. I'm just telling you that happened. He's gonna leave. He is gonna leave. He's gonna give you a kiss on the cheek and leave. He is very clearly the most uncomfortable. Like, Corin usually is fine having these conversations, but gets the hell out of there. Unless you like say something to stop him, he's gonna go.
I think Willis starts to say something, but you leave and they're just so stunned they don't have a chance to stop you. And they're just kind of left in this engine room. And just like braces a hand against like the tree.
Yeah, you kind of feel, so the engine is not on at the moment, but you kind of feel that same like thrum of recognition, but it's a little bit stronger now as it recognizes like the magic that you channeled the other day. And in fact, I think one of the little like vines on the wall kind of like pries itself up and starts like stretching towards you a little bit.
They don't notice, they're just, the head is bowed, the hair is like hanging to the floor, and they are just like motionless, tree-like, side by side with this thing.
What do you think Willow is feeling right now? Like if you had to put a name to it.
I think the biggest emotion is probably panic.
Okay. Then I think, like, into this moment, you hear in your head a voice say, "Hey man, look," to Vren's voice. "I don't want to pry or anything, but I'm getting some, like, super weird energy coming out. Not weird, emotions aren't weird. I just wanted to make sure you're, like, doing okay. I haven't heard from you in a while, and there's just, like, a lot of panic coming down the line, dude." Hello? You okay, buddy?
I think there's another like long minutes of silence. Yeah.
Listen, I'll show up. Oh, no, sorry. You say your thing. What's up?
Don't show. I'm fine. I'm fine.
You lying? It's important to be honest
Anyway,
with
take
yourself,
care.
man.
Have a good day. Bye. Takes the hand off the tree.
I think you kind of hear like a hesitation on the other end, and then like the connection severs a little bit.
Yeah, I think Willow just... The back hits the tree with like a kind of heavy like thump, and they just slide down the tree down to the floor, and they just like sit cross-legged for a minute and just desperately try. And it's this strange mirror of where you found Willow in the first session, with the back to a tree with Tavren nearby, but their backs to this tree, and they're desperately trying to ground themselves and just not finding anything to anchor to.
Can Pamali find Willow?
I think, I mean, make me like a little... Well, I guess the question is, Corin and Willow, were you trying to hide the fact that you were sneaking off, or did you just go somewhere private? Okay,
No.
then yeah, I'd say, Pamali, you could have seen the direction that they went, and it might take you a second. There's like a couple little doors around here, but eventually you can see the door to the engine room is still left a little ajar from Corin's leaving.
I think you just see a little bit like the kind of around the tree. You just see like their hair, and like just see that. Probably assume that they're meditating, because you just see like the edge of their like knee on the floor.
I think so. She comes around and she has the sweater that Willow had given them for folded, and so she goes and she kind of peeks around to see if they are meditating. And are their eyes closed or?
Nope, they are just
No.
like wide and unseeing. Not how he looks when she's usually meditating.
I think they see that and they go, I was gonna.
Oh my god.
Hey, oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Are you okay?
You just startled me.
Great. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disrupt. I was gonna just give you back your sweater, or I can put it with your other clothes if you want, wherever they are.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And I think she kind of steps back a little bit, and then just kind of her brows kind of knit together, and she kind of steps forward and goes, "Actually, ooh. I'm sorry. You just look like there's like a lot going on with you. Are you okay?" I mean, granted, we've had a really
long day.
like a long. Sorry. Well, I'm trying to navigate here, and I feel very kind of like wishy-washy on a lot of things. Like, I feel like a lot of things are really uncertain, right? And not to just like come at you with this, I'm just trying to figure out how to talk to you right now, because I feel like one moment we're like, it's really good, and then the next moment it's like, I don't know what to do or say, and I'm just trying to, if you're mad at me or if I did something, like, can we just like talk about that or sort through that? Because I don't want to keep having like an uncertain thing here. Everything else is just feeling really uncertain. If you're not mad at me, and I'm just assuming like I could be doing that, because I get a little anxious and just assume. I'm gonna stop talking now because I think I'm just I'm so sorry.
No, I am not mad at you. I would never be mad at you. And I'm really sorry if the way I've been acting has made you feel like that. It's not my intention.
Okay. That's a big relief. And then Then what? I don't know. I just feel like the past couple days, beyond just knowing what's been happening today, it's been really like weird. So are you okay? And I think she just goes over and just like puts a hand on their shoulder.
I think when you put your hand on his shoulder, like his face just kind of crumples and they just like hide their face in their hands.
I think she
it isn't. Oh, Wilda was right.
What do you mean Wilda was right? What happened? Right about what? And I think she's like going and like trying to like move their hands a little bit to like see like their eyes.
Oh, just crying.
Oh, okay. Willow, what's going on?
Just like takes your face in like their hands. I'm really sorry. Didn't. Last thing I wanted was to confuse you or make you feel uncertain.
I appreciate you saying that because it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. It's just you're like really important to me. You're like one of my favorite people. And so having one of my favorite people being so distant like that, it was really I just trying to what
Pamali, you occupy a very well illuminated part of my mind. I'm not mad at you. I don't want to be distant from you.
Then don't be. Because I don't want you to be distant from me either.
Yeah.
I am. Well, I'm just right about. I've just caught on what you're saying about Wilda. What was Wilda right about?
I think you see like very clear regret flash, like they said it under their breath and wasn't thinking, and there's just clear regret on their face. I should listen. Last night at the party, Wilda was talking. Said something. It doesn't. I don't wanna.
I think sensing like how stressed out Willow is and just not used to seeing Willow in that way, I think Pamali is just instantly in comfort mode and just pulling them closer and just wanting to hold them, and is saying like, it's okay. I think we've had, like I said, we've gone through a lot today and these past few days, so we can just sort that out later. But when it comes to you and me, well, I don't think I can take it, you being distant from me. If you could just, in the future, if you need like space, just tell me. Do you need space? And she's like completely like wrapped up around you, like
yeah, they're like fully like tangled in you, like has their like face kind of like tucked into yours. Oh, kind of like there's this like broken little half laugh as they're about as too close as two people can be. No, I don't need space.
Okay.
and like pulls away and like really looks at you. I want to talk about it with you. This is probably not the right time. Why don't after we've dealt with whatever is here, why don't you come to my place tonight and we can talk about it?
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay.
I mean, how can I say no? You have like the kindest eyes in the archipelago. Did I tell you I have like a soft spot for kind eyes? I think at this point she's trying to like turn their energy around.
Just like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I have like a soft spot for kind eyes, and some might say you have like the kindest eyes in the archipelago. I don't know who that some is, but that's what I've heard.
Would you put that down in writing? I can put that on.
I can write it right now. Actually, hold on.
Leave me a review, please.
No, Molo. It's been a second since I've seen you like this.
Bet you're glad you chose me as a friend rather than a therapist now, huh? Was it a good deal?
No, it was probably the best deal I made.
Well, I'm gonna uphold my end, and I'm gonna stop being an asshole, and I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. I know you were a little spicy earlier too, with like Ventress and we were walking. You were. Yeah. The puberty thing was fine. It was fine. I thought you were just trying to check in on you.
I know.
Who did you ask? Who did you ask about your second puberty? I'm so sorry. I have to know.
I'm gonna kill you. You know what Maple said? She looked at me like I was fucking crazy.
Probably.
Do you know how old I am, dude? I'm 75 years old.
Yeah, I know.
And I had to ask my mom,
Mm-hmm.
was I going through puberty again?
I'm so
I don't think
sorry.
she'll ever let me live it down.
I was genuinely concerned. I'm sorry.
No, you had me for a minute. I thought it was an iron tree thing. Maybe it's, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But no.
No, I did too. I genuinely thought, but you know, hey. Live and learn.
I live and learn.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can join the others if you wanted, unless you want to just take a second.
His wipes her face.
I think Pamali also helps them wipe their face.
They'll give you, like, the Tidewood, like, kisses on either side of your cheek. And they're, like, very slow and, like, meaningful.
I think she also, like, holds, and when you pull away from them, you can feel, like, the lips kind of stay there for a little bit longer than you intended from each kiss.
You're the best deal I ever made, too.
Can I get that in writing?
No.
Oh.
Stays in this room.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell anyone.
Secrets. I think they sit there for a second till they calm down.
Amazing. Then we'll kind of pull back into the main cabin of the submarine. My close good friends, what are you guys doing in there? I think Heath and Goldie are kind of pacing back and forth, getting everything ready. Actually, Heath will come up to you, Wilda, and say, hey, just wanted to let you know, Cosmo is with San, just to kind of make sure everything there is fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can fill you in on Loba's voice. All the drama later.
There's drama.
You know how it is. Wilda and Heath usually have little catch-ups because Heath is capital H himbo. So we'll catch up later. But all is good. They just need a little extra time to recuperate. And yeah, I'll give a hand around getting things ready to go because 3-person crew. So Wilda joins in with those things, and we'll gossip with Heath during the time.
Amazing. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, how much are you telling Heath?
Not telling Heath the like confidential information, but gives tidbits, but not like big chunks of gossip about each of the council members to the same degree that the council members know about Wilda's crew. So not enough that it's like, oh, I'm divulging the big stuff. It's more of like, oh, rumor has it. But also Heath is a sweetheart and would never.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Just wondering. Yeah, and once you're kind of done catching him up, Heath will like start talking a little bit about the way that it's going with that person that you set him up with, and how like, you know, like they had one date and it was nice and things seemed to be going fine. Just kind of give you not super juicy, but like they seem pretty happy about it. So
I'm so good to hear about that, Heath. Oh, because you've been on here forever, and usually my crew gets poached before that. Like we're a little like the hottest bachelors of the archipelago, and you know, it's because you're just too good, and you needed to find someone that you know was at your level. You know, your perfect match. You're part of a life. Will just starts tearing up dramatically.
Oh god. Well, I mean, you know, it's really early. Like I don't want to cash write any checks I can't cash. You know, but I mean, like, you know, they seem nice enough, and oh man, you're crying here.
I'm so happy for you.
Pulls like a very clearly not a handkerchief, but it's like a rag for ship maintenance, and like pulls it up. What? Throws it off to the side. Oh god, there's oil on. Okay, yeah, no, that's
I should go clean up. It's been a while.
Okay. It's been a while. It's nice to have you home, though.
It's glad to be back. Anyway.
My friends who are not doing ship maintenance, what are you up to? So Corin and Ventress.
I think Ventress is in the hallway. In her mind, everyone's taking a nap right now and is resting like they wanted to and said that they would. And she quietly casts Faithful Hound.
Yeah.
At 4th level.
Absolutely, you can do that. So tell me, this is invisible to everybody but you, but what do you see when you conjure this little guy?
I think she sees like a white, kind of like icy looking German Shepherd type dog, probably. And the funny part is that it will bark at anyone who doesn't first speak the password to it if they come within 30 feet of it. Which I just think is really funny.
It's very good.
But yeah, and I think she's like she's not a dog person, so she's just like, well, just walk around, make sure nothing weird happens.
Yeah, this hound who is kind of made of this like icy, almost like misty magic, and whose eyes are like less so like dog eyes and more so these kind of just like pools of magic light, has been kind of like sitting looking up at you, and you say that, and you see it gives like a little nod, and then it turns and it trots out of the room, and it makes it like 4 steps before you hear barking, and Goldie goes, "Oh my god, what is that?
Just,
what is that? I don't see anything. Hello?
Say Gusty. Say Gusty.
Gusty." And the barking stops, and then you kind of hear the trot of feet again. And Corin, what are you doing on the ship? You just hanging out?
Corin has left the room abruptly. Went in a complete opposite direction, so didn't run into Pamali when Pamali went to go look for Willow. And I don't know. I feel like there's a spot he used to like lay and sleep in somewhere on the submarine when he was younger, so he'd probably just go back there.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a see-through viewing area towards like the bottom where you can like see all this stuff.
Love that. You're laying there, kind of just like enjoying your moment, and you feel like a little nudge on your arm, and then something is barking so loud at you. You don't see anything, but there is like very clear dog barking right next to you.
Is Corin familiar with this? Have you done this before?
I don't think she would have, really.
If you'd like, you can roll like an Arcana check to see if you've heard of this spell. But this is a new feature of Ventress's.
Alright, gonna use these metal dice I got from y'all.
Nice.
That's a 5.
5? There's definitely an invisible dog in this room, and it's probably gonna attack you. I don't even like. I don't know if you think something is like been cast on this dog because it's surely invisible. But, like, there's definitely a dog in here, and it's this. The magic is that it's invisible.
Petrus is gonna run in before the dog has a chance.
Like
the dog isn't actually.
Like
So
as you run in, you can see like the red glow from his hands and like his magic. Like he's not like he hasn't jumped up in panic, but it's just like
Don't Gusty.
The dog kind of stops, and you see like tail is wagging in these like little bursts of mist, and then it looks towards you, like waiting.
Good job. Just anyone who seems like they're on the ship comfortably. Just I have this dog, Corin, and it's you can't see him. Anyways, go patrol.
The dog kind of like looks and like tilts its head at you, and then comes up and like nuzzles up into your hand a little bit and looks up at you.
She'll gently pat it very awkwardly on the head. Like,
yeah, it feels like it's sort of this like almost staticky feeling as you essentially like touch magic several times, but it's very warm and it's nice. The dog kind of like does its best to lick you, but it feels like just a little like spritz of water.
Okay, good dog. Well, you can just wait with me, all right? And we'll walk
Sits.
around. Good dog. Good job. Hi. What are you doing? Are you taking a nap? I thought everyone was supposed to be asleep and resting and.
I can rest without sleeping. You know.
I forgot. Okay. What have you been? I haven't seen you. Where have you been?
You know, I was having a heart-to-heart with Willow about my dad. Yep, about my dad.
What's wrong with your dad?
No, I am frustrated with him for not taking it easy. You know, he's like a month away, probably less. Yeah, and I just was talking to Willow about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Anything else you were talking to Willow about?
Nope, nothing else.
Can I roll?
Can I roll?
Sure, yeah. Corin, roll deception. Ventress, roll insight.
Oh my god. What's my deception bonus? Okay. Oh, that's pretty good.
What's my...
Fuck. 18.
18. Ventress, what'd you get?
Well, I can't do math. I got
can
a
do this.
17. 5 plus 12. Is that 17?
Amazing. So then, Corin, what do you think Ventress sees in this moment or picks up?
I think since it's so close and like we've been friends for so long, you definitely pick up there's definitely something else that Corin talked with Willow about, but is not like comfortable sharing.
You know, Vinedra said that we should all settle our issues or our... I don't really recall exactly, but we should all be settling whatever energy is going around between all of us. So, you know, I've never not held anything back from any of you, but it seems like something's being held back from me, honestly. And I would just appreciate the truth because I feel like that's all I've ever given any of you.
Okay, yep, you're right. And you are so right. You are so right. And you know what? It is not breaking my word because you were not brought up into that. 2 years ago when we had that party for Willow, and like just word vomiting all of this, we had that party for Willow, and when I was awake trying to make sure that Willow didn't die from the concussion or whatever,
Right.
Willow definitely... Oh god, it's like
Finish
it's about
your
to say
sentence, darling. You need to finish your sentences when you're speaking.
Okay, I want to listen. I
promise you, Corin, there's nothing you could say to me right now that would surprise me under any circumstance.
I know this is not going to surprise you, but that is not the actual point of what I'm... Like, he's like, it's getting hot. Like, he is radiating heat with how uncomfortable he is right now. Willow told me they love Pamali, and then asked me not to tell Pamali about it, and then promptly forgot about it, and said we could revisit this whole thing if the end of the world is coming. And I don't really know if the world is actually ending, but it feels like something is coming to an end at some point in the future. And you know what? I just shared that with Willow, that thing happened because I never told Willow over these past 2 years. And actually, now that I'm actually sharing things, it's been so hard not doing anything about that for the past 2 years. You know those other times, like a few years ago when I was like having a hard time regulating my heat and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, hey, I wasn't feeling very well. No, I was just angry. I was just picking up on some things that were making me furious and then making me angrier because I shouldn't have been furious at this. Yeah, so I just shared that with Willow, and then I left. I gave him a kiss on the cheek, and I left. I listen. I didn't know what to do with that. It was so stressful. It's been a stressful 2 years with this information. Okay,
Hold on. Are you talking? The world is. You think the world's ending?
Listen. I don't know. I don't know.
Why has no one shared this? Have you thought the world's ending for 2 years now, and you've never said a damn thing?
No, wait, no, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm not misunderstanding.
Yes, you are.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
I don't think the world has been ending for 2. Listen to me. I don't think the world has been ending for 2 years. When I had this conversation, we pretty much said, hey, you have time to figure out how you're feeling about Pamali. And then I said, unless the world ends. And then Willow said, we revisit that if the world ends.
You think the world's ending because you said that unless the world ends, so you kind of
I think listen, our world comes to an end at some point.
What are you talking about?
Did you not see those visions? That's
none of our business. We shouldn't even be meddling in that because
our world definitely comes to an end at some point. Okay, but it's not our world anymore. Our world comes to an end at some point, and we don't know if it starts now. We don't know if it starts later. We don't know if it's decades, centuries, 1,000 years.
Far in the future. I don't.
What about the crystal? What about the crystal? Does that feel really far in the future?
I don't fucking know.
Listen, the point here is
talking in raised voices.
No.
Yes, Ventress is getting.
Oh my god! No, Corin is like.
Can we?
Okay, then Corin.
Yeah,
I need you to make. Actually, I need both of you to make a stealth check. Ventress, you have disadvantage unless you're not trying in any way to disguise that. Ventress.
I don't think she's trying to disguise anything. She's so.
Okay, then Corin, I'm gonna give you disadvantage on your stealth roll because they're hearing the other half of the conversation.
You motherfucker! Okay, all right. God, that's not great. That's a dirty 20. 15. Oh my fucking god.
23.
Oh my god!
Ollie got an 8, so
thank God.
Okay.
I'd like to say passive perception is 20 for Wilda.
Oh, passive.
Okay, but we're down. Like we went deeper. Is there anything that
can that big?
Submarine
So then are we doing passive perception? Because if that's the case, Pamali got a 15 as well. Is it meets it beats it?
I would say because you're not. I'll leave it up to you. If you think you are actively listening for sounds of anyone else on the ship, that would be perception. If you think you're just going about your business and might overhear, that can be passive.
Yeah, so that's 20 for me.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And also, Wilda is a gossip, so if Wilda heard anything, would immediately stop exactly what she's doing to listen.
Anyone comes in, I think Ventress does want to say really quickly to Corin and say, I know about Willow and Pamali's weird thing. I don't want to meddle in it. And they can figure it out themselves. I don't understand why we have to be...
I'm not trying to meddle in it, okay? I'm not trying to meddle in it.
You're not trying to meddle in it. Really?
Okay, listen,
you dropped a bombshell on Willow and then walked out of the room.
I didn't know what else to do with this, okay? Look. I felt bad about not talking to Willow about knowing it for 2 years, okay? And then this thing, and it's stressful. And he is still not, he's like, this is Vic being animated, but he is not yelling this. And it's stressful. And I very clearly was like, I'm not telling you what to do with any of this information. I'm just telling you that this happened. And this is the conversation we had because it feels appropriate with the time frame, okay? I am... Willow and Pamali
probably vomited as soon as you walked out of the room. You know, you have to know this. Like, you can't just say something.
What do you want? Listen,
world ending.
From the back of the room, you guys hear a little like stumbling. Fuck! And you guys look up, and Heath is there, and is like frozen. Very clearly, like walked in the door, heard this, turned back around, bumped into the door.
Oh fuck!
Sorry, I was just.
Are you eavesdropping on us?
Corin,
I don't think it gets eavesdropping if you're yelling, but it's fine. I'm gonna just don't mind. I didn't hear a thing about Willow or Pamali or the world.
No, you did not.
I'm just gonna go. Oh
my!
Heath walks out, passes anyone else who's in the main room, passes you, and Heath doesn't say anything, but is like a shade paler and is just staring at the floor as they walk by.
Ventress, you've been yelling about the world ending. We're not supposed to tell anybody that.
You're the
Oh
one
my
who
God.
said you knew the world was ending for 2 years and you decided not to
That's
say
not-
anything.
Ventress, that is not what I
Throw
said.
you off this
Ventress,
submarine myself.
I should throw you off the submarine for yelling
Do
about
it. You should
private
try it.
information.
You should try it.
You know
And we'll
what? Do
see
you
who
want
wins.
me to get bigger and stronger than you right now? Because I can do that magically. I will toss you off the sub, damn it. I'm not really going to do
How
that.
big and strong you are. It doesn't matter. I could still toss you off, and I could sick this dog on you right now. But I
know
won't because I
what?
love you and I care about you, so I won't.
I love you
The dog
too.
puts its head and growls.
You hear that?
Don't-
You hear that?
You know what? I will. I know this is a magical creature. I will blast this thing away. All right? Don't.
I
don't,
swear to fuck if you try anything on my dog.
you don't
I'll
even
send
like
you
dogs.
right out. Shut up. I like this dog. This dog's good.
Listen, Ventress, to be perfectly clear, I did not think the world was ending 2 years ago. Okay? That is not what I said. And if that's what you heard, it's not what I meant. I apologize.
That's what you seem to be implying.
That's not what I was trying to imply. More specifically, I have been whispering and you have been shouting and the world
Good, maybe everyone else should come in here and hear this
We-
too. Even though
we were not
they've been
supposed we were not supposed to we were not He leaves. He leaves. He's leaving.
Corin, and anyone else who's in the main room can correct me if I'm wrong. Corin, you leave and you walk out, and like everybody very much has the look on their face of I don't hear a thing. I'm just staring at the table in silence.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? He's gonna go invisible. He is gonna go invisible when he walks out of this fucking room. As soon as he hits the door, invisible. No
Cool.
more.
I will say,
think-
anyone who was in this main room, who like I think except most of you just heard raised voices. Like you couldn't hear the words that were being said.
Yeah.
It was mostly just because Heath was already there.
Because in the main room, it's just me, Heath, and Goldie doing things. Because aren't the other two in the engine room?
I wasn't sure if you guys had come back yet.
Well, I
But-
think we, as soon as like we started. Okay, here's what I think happened. I think Willow and Pomali are in the engine room. I think Willow has calmed down, and they're getting drowsy, and they're like just about like they're kind of like curled up together, and Willow's eyes are just about growing heavy, and then suddenly like they tense up in your arms, Pomali, and they hear like these raised voices, and he just kind of like raises her head and looks at you.
Good. What's going on?
You hear that?
Molly rolled an 8. So no, hear what? I don't. What's going on?
Or any kind of like piece that had kind of found their expression is gone, and there's just this like tension and like a little twinge of like disgruntlement, annoyance, but in the way that it's like when you hear your kid's siblings shouting across the side of the house and you're like,
Yeah.
fucking hell. And he gets up.
Where are we going? What's going on? What do you
I
hear?
just Ventress and Corin. Shit.
Adventures in Corin. Okay.
Hold on. Walks out.
I think Molly's like, I'm not gonna stay by myself. She like grabs the sweater and like goes after. I don't think
Yeah,
she...
I'm like striding up to the main room. Like, and the closer I get, I think the more Willow's panicking. Like, what are they shouting about?
Yeah. In the main.
you-
r-
No, go ahead.
I just want to say so. What? Because Wilda with passive of 20, like Heath. I would like to say, if you allow this, James, that Wilda, knowing Heath probably didn't notice, was like, "Oh, can you go check on something in that room?" Just because.
Love that.
Because
Sure.
the thing is, Heath would be innocent in it, but then Wilda wouldn't get the fire of the other two. And so
honest.
Wilda is probably at that point comforting Heath, just be like, "What did you see?" But is also like, they're still yelling. So you see shell-shocked Heath, and then Wilda is just like looks at you two entering, and then at the door that is like leads to the passageway to the other room, and is just like looking between, being like,
What's that about?
Huh? What? Nothing. What about? Nothing.
"Oh, it's okay."
How's the 28 insight?
Here's the thing. I don't think Heath can beat that with deception, but you never fucking know. It's not a bad roll. What the fuck is Heath's deception? Let's find out together, shall we? Yeah, no, I got an 18. Heath is for sure lying and looks very uncomfortable.
Molly 12 on insight, so she's like, "Oh, okay, all right." Well, where's the other two?
Oh,
I'm already striding ahead. Like
they're having a squabble. You might want to. You might want to let them have this one
I'll
out.
sort it. Don't worry.
Oh, that's
Into the room.
Corin is not there now. Ventress, you totally saw Corin go invisible, but he's not in there.
Are they gonna bump into each other in the hallway?
Nope.
Ventress turns around when Willow comes in. I think she's like on the verge of crying, but she's like mad, and she's like, "Hi, I thought you were taking a nap. I thought you were all resting. So
What's going on?
nothing. Corin and I just got into a little spat, and it's okay.
About what?
Totally fine. Whatever. The world ending, forcing our world ending, and some other things, and I was upset, and I think I misconstrued what Corin had said originally, but I just got upset because why wouldn't you say something if you felt like there was an end to something? And then Vinedra said we should all work out our issues, and I was just trying to do that, and I didn't do it well. So that's my fault. Sorry if I woke you up. A little bit loud.
And Willow like takes like 3 strides and like crosses the room in 3 strides, and it's like a quick pace, and so it's something like whoa, and then like just wraps you up in like a hug.
She'll hug her back and just kind of.
World is not ending. Okay.
You can't be sure of that. And all the things we've seen, and I don't understand why, if it's so far in the future, or why we have to mess with it. Why can't we just let it be the way it is?
Pulls back. You know how I know? Because you guys here, you and Corin and Wilda and Pamali and my family, you guys are my world, and this is not ending anytime soon. And it doesn't matter what else happens, because we're gonna be okay.
You're sure of that?
Yeah. This doesn't end, Ventress. This is family, okay? Don't stop fighting with each other.
Well, he pissed me off.
Yep,
So
he pissed me off too. It happens in family.
yeah, I'm just not used to this, but yeah. Okay. You're right, I'm just worried. And I got too hot-headed. So.
Both of you a little hot-headed. So
Yeah,
it's
well,
good,
in my
good
defense,
combination.
Corin is the one who made the room like 1,000 degrees, so.
I'll talk to Corin, but I really think we need to recenter ourselves.
Are you gonna do one of those circles with us where we hold hands and take a deep breath?
Would you like to?
I wouldn't complain at the end of the day, so.
Like looks behind. Is there anyone like lingering in the doorway?
The second you look behind, well done, Heath's heads, turn around.
I know, we all kind of need to be here if you want to do a circle.
I would like to do a circle, but if no one else wants to do a circle, it's fine. I'll just do it with Willow by myself.
I could do a circle unless you don't want anyone else in the circle, in which case I can go, like...
Heath, get in the circle.
The eavesdropper is going to be in the circle.
Yes.
He very awkwardly walks in the room.
Eavesdropping if you were yelling. Just gonna say that.
Well, I didn't mean to get you. Yeah, okay. Yep.
I
Sorry.
understand you, Ventress. I'm also a loudmouth myself. It's a privilege and an honor.
It is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Molly
gotta
is
let
like
it
down
loose.
in the main room, but just kind of like yells, "Did I hear circle? Are we doing a circle?"
Yes,
Yeah.
Willow's doing a circle for us because
Okay.
everything's a little bit tense, but it's okay because we're all family and love each other. So
Oh, yeah. I was just trying to find Corin. I was just okay. Well, I'm coming anyway. I couldn't find him, so she like goes to join.
All right. Time to wait for Corin.
Oh my god, okay.
Guess we can't start.
Oh my fucking god, you
I'll sing your party song.
I think
When marimba music starts.
he comes back, he walks through the door and drops the invisibility and isn't looking anybody in the face and just goes and gets in the circle and grabs somebody's hand.
My hand. Dibs.
Molly's on the other side.
Ventress, you feel your little dog stick a paw up on top of your hand, and whoever is holding your hand. So whoever is holding Ventress's hand feels a weird paw also on your hand, and you can't see it.
Lewis, like, just tilts the head.
just
Not the
I
weirdest
have,
thing that happened today.
I have a guard dog up. It's totally fine. Harmless.
Also, Obby is in the center of the circle just for
Incredible.
fun.
Hell
Is
yeah.
Abby still like huge?
No, Obby got smaller to go into the what's it called? The submarine, because that's the
So
rules
true.
of the submarine. No big Obby.
Oh, no big obby.
No big big Obby would fill this entire it's just massive.
We love Big Abby.
Incredible. Willow holds everyone's hands. Tries to kind of make brief eye contact with all of you, whether you meet him or not.
Wink.
Wink. So everyone's short rest went really well.
Well, I never planned on taking one, so
Me
We
either.
know, Ventress. We know.
okay.
I think we should take another one.
Do you?
You didn't rest?
I think we know the answer to that
He's
question.
just looking at the floor.
But Molly rolled such shit on her perception that she's genuinely confused. Like, what were you doing?
I love Molly.
God,
Listen,
I
mechanically, I think he rested, but
Yeah.
besides that,
mentally.
Mhm.
Look, this has been a crazy few days. And I think the emotional toll is weighing on everyone. And like Vinadra said, we can't. There are powers that be that will use this opportunity to split us up. And we gotta stay united. Okay? Everyone close their eyes. Like leads the group. And I know that we're underneath the ocean in this submarine, but you feel wind just rustle like your hair and your clothes a bit. And the smells of the forest like fill the air around you. And you hear like the rustling of leaves, and it's just Willow's hair, but it adds to the ambiance. We're gonna be okay. We're standing in a circle because circles are endless. There are no endings here. And it squeezes everyone's hand. And I think like wordlessly we'll like just do a few like deep breaths, just kind of leading everyone into like a more calm state. And then we'll drop everyone's hands. I love
was
you
beautiful.
all. Okay.
You too. Thank you for that. Feel much better.
Yeah, I do.
I feel great.
That's
Great.
good. I'm really glad.
Heath, I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier.
It's okay. I get it. You know, sometimes high pressure situations, you react in a way you don't mean to, and like that's fine, man.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah. I would like to invite everyone. So me and Heath are used to this, but being on a submarine, you are locked with a group of people for a prolonged amount of time. And so while, to be honest, we have kept some practices of like breathing to make sure we can try to relieve as much stress as possible. We also do other practices to relieve built up tension that cannot be unwound, but instead needs to be released. So if anyone wants to join me and Heath's, and I get up and I signal to Heath to go back to back with me, stress release time. We have our I gesture to the kitchen. We have some cracked plates. We have a mini smash area we can put together, as well as we don't have a lot of like fire and stuff here, but there is like a small little contained fireplace if anyone wants to write an angry letter and burn it. We always would do this if there were tensions on the ship that needed that release, because yes, you want to, you know, massage it out and unwind, but some of us are very fiery and that cannot do the whole business. Yeah. And also, if anyone does, looking to both Ventress and Gorn, at any other point, looks to everyone else, want to have more heated conversations, there are rooms that are more soundproof if you would like to talk things out. I can offer that to you. Easy peasy. Because sometimes you just need to talk things out. Okay. I love you all very much, and I hope you have a great time on the ship. Those of you who have been here before, which is all of you, for long periods of time and short.
Oh, thank you
Mhm.
for that.
Are we ready to get going?
Please.
I think so.
All right. You got it. Heath kind of breaks away from the circle. Is there anything anyone would like to do or say before we start going?
I think Wilbur will just tell everyone, if you want to talk to me, I will be in the main room, as I do have to do a fair bit of it myself. Heath can do most of it, but I just like to keep an eye. But yeah, so I'll be a little less available.
I think Willow looks at Pamali, catches onto the fact that they are just so oblivious right now, and just like, you caught none of that, huh?
None of what?
Holds your face, and then like drops it, goes over and grabs a plate, and then like looks Corin directly in the eye. Doesn't smash it, just drops the plate.
He's not looking at you still. He's not looking at anybody. He is just...
You can feel Willow's eyes on you.
Actually, I think if it's got that little mirror, he has like put himself in that little area you can sit on and just back and like legs up, just looking out and not looking at anybody and not saying a word.
I think the plate shatters. Oh, now I just feel bad. Sorry, Wilda. It goes to find a broom.
Easy enough. There's
This
like
is
a broom and dustpan
It's known, come on!
by this station. Amazing. So, as all of you kind of get ready to go, you can hear Heath on one end of the submarine and Goldie on the other end, kind of shouting things back and forth. You see, like, Heath yells, like, secure all portholes! And then from the other side, you hear, portholes secure! And you, feel, I think, in the floor and in the walls more than you hear the sound of the... What is that called? The thing you climb into on a submarine. It's not a porthole.
Hole.
The whole trademark. That's it.
That's what we got here on this one.
You hear it like come down and like you feel the latch of it, and like from the front again you hear Heath yell, "Engines on!" and you kind of all hear the like thrum going through this like metal casing of the submarine. Wilda, you feel the engine come alive because you have this connection to it as a captain, almost like a really old cat that you've disturbed from its nap. It kind of grumbles awake. You feel that connection of your grumpy old submarine
Yeah.
here and ready.
That's how I like
kind of shout, The two of them shout a few things back and forth again. And then after a moment, Heath kind of walks up to you, Wilda, like rests an elbow up on the... fuck is that called? Periscope? The thing... I think,
yeah. Telescope.
Yeah, periscope. Yeah.
Kind of like rests his elbows up and then goes, all right, we're ready to dive at your command, Cap.
Command. I've done this before, and I just say the word immediately, and I expect him to run.
Heath kind of like gives you a look, but there's a very like fond smile on his face, and then he goes, all right, you heard her, dive! And all of you feel the submarine kind of lurch and begin to move and begin to sink. And anyone near a porthole, you see like bubbles streaming up as the like sunlight out in the sky fades to that kind of rippling sunlight that's under the water, and it becomes a little fainter and a little fainter. The submarine sets off on his way.
And can I add?
Absolutely.
A music box on cue starts to play Drip by...
Fuck yeah!
Oh my god.
Obsessed with that. Amazing. So as the captain, Wilda, you have a sort of like, for lack of better words, psionic, but it's not psionic, ability to steer the ship with your mind. Where are we going? I think I probably know the answer, but...
Yeah, we're going to the... I'm so bad with this name.
It's okay.
Cliffside. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wilda knows where it is, doesn't know the name. That's what I'm putting in my mind.
I love that.
Very much I know the landmarks. I don't know the names.
Absolutely. You can set off on your way to Cliffside. It'll take you, because the submarine is like kind of fast, but not really. It'll probably take you about 20 minutes to get here. Is there anything anybody would like to do over the span of that 20 minutes? Also, anybody who wanted a short rest and it was interrupted, I would say you can also use this time to complete that short rest. Should you like to?
I think Willow's gonna nap against Ventress. Just like a very large dog will just put their head in your lap and go to sleep for 20 minutes.
Love that.
I think
Ventress, you have
she'll
two
eventually-
large dogs on your
I have two large puppies, and I think eventually she'll just kind of lean her head back and have a hand on like Willow's like arm and eventually drift off. Take a little nap.
Absolutely.
In the, like a little window seat, I think Pomali
Yes.
takes a little nap there.
Love that.
I think Corin joins you. Molly.
Are they
needs an emotional breakdown nap?
No, he's just I think you know that since he doesn't have to sleep, that he mostly just likes to nap either in like one of y'all's beds. Probably not Ventress because he doesn't like going over your house, but like his own bed, y'all's too. So if it's out and about and needs to rest, he's awake, just relaxing.
Love to see it. The journey that you all are taking to Cliffside continues for these minutes. It is quiet on the ship. Everyone is kind of going up. Goldie and Heath specifically are kind of going about their business. Every now and then you kind of hear footsteps pass you, but for the most part, none of you are disturbed. You get your rest. As the light outside that is sort of this golden blue begins to fade to a darker blue, and then even darker as you round around the back of Cloudward, and the heart begins to set, as it is early evening at this point. I think all of you can kind of begin to tell when you're nearing Cliffside, because the submarine begins to rock a little harder. Wilda, you can feel yourself in rockier waters. It's not necessarily like treacherously rocky at this point, but it is definitely, you can feel your connection to the ship seem to like sway a little bit more and a little more as the waves become a little less forgiving. All of you can kind of round around the back, and Heath, who's been looking through the periscope, kind of squints and then looks back at you, Wilda, and goes, "Hey, I think we're here. A lot of rocks in the area. Not super worried about it, but it's just right up ahead. Are we going right in?"
Thank you. I will address the others and then see what our thing is, because I don't want to go in without needing to necessarily.
For sure. Just let me know.
Wilda does more of like a general submarine intercom announcement, just saying, if everyone could arise from their rest and meet in the main room to discuss the plan of moving forward. Thank you very much. 10-4.
We here?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Discuss the plan. Everybody
Stretch
up.
your hand down till you pull you up.
Thank you.
Wilda sets out the pastries from the fluffy homunculus, sipping from the travel mug as everyone arrives. All right, so we are just outside the wanted destination. We can still go further in. This is, right now, it is rough waters. And just so we know exactly what we want, as this vessel is meant for going speed and is usually a research vessel, so it doesn't go into as rough waters. So just keeping that in mind, while it looks like, oh, it's tough, made out of iron, smash this against a rock is not a good idea. So please let me know how we want to proceed. Heath can take the controls if we do decide to venture into the water, and if we just want to get closer to something, I prefer to take the controls as I've had the most experience with the vessel if people want to look in any other way. Anything else I need to know to continue or that we want to do in this area?
Before we decide, if we decide to get into the water, please let me know and I can cast water breathing just to be sure. With rocky waves, you never know how long you'll be under. So
Wonderful.
You do also all still have those bubbles. That would like breathe underwater worst
Bubble.
case.
Lovely.
So true. Bubble.
Kamali, what do you think? Is this kind of the area you saw Seren in?
can she check around and guide them to where?
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of, between looking out, without even, I don't even think you have to roll for it, between looking out portholes and kind of peeking through the periscope, you can figure out that you are in around the area. You'll have to go like deeper a little bit into cliffside to get to like the exact area, but you are like within 90 feet probably. But Siren was right in like the rockiest, roughest area when this happened.
Okay. Yeah, so they were right down along this way. Just be careful. It is very rocky over there.
All right,
so
noted.
Well, do we want to swim then and not,
not put the ship there.
I can bring this a little bit closer without it being too much of an issue at all. I just wanted to know if that was the case. So I'll bring us a bit closer because the closer we are, if anyone's swimming, if anything happens, the safer we all are. Especially. How deep is this? What's water pressure like, or does that not apply in magical space campaigns?
So I would say, like, you're at this moment, cliffside, the area like by the rocks kind of where you are is not super deep. I would say it's just deep enough that like you can probably get the submarine through, but even still with like the rockiness, if you get too far in, it's quite dangerous. So water pressure would not be that bad. Like you had to surface a little bit to get into this area.
Oh, okay.
But also the bubbles do help with that. So like anyone would be able to swim and be okay. Well, from pressure anyway.
Yeah. All right. I'll get us a little bit closer. We'll still be near surface, but yeah, we won't get too close to the rocks. Going off what you're saying, James. And then yeah, we can jump in, and then of course Goldie and Heath will be here if it's just staying in place, so we can go forth. That extends what I am competent and aware of. I please ask someone else takes it from here, as I don't know the depth of this investigation as much, though if there's any water questions about what is the wildlife in this area or the algae, I know that.
Anything that's gonna bite us?
In this area, I would say mostly be aware of the barnacles on the things that can like cut. So try to stay away from the sharp rocks, because even what's growing on the sharp rocks can be kind of rough. James, DM, would I be aware of any creatures that frequent this area?
You would know that you are pretty close to like the crack in the astral bubble that surrounds the archipelago. every now and then stuff can come through there. I mean, there are like sea creatures kind of in these rougher, darker waters.
Mhm.
And I would say you probably haven't really like bumped into any because it's so rough. Not a lot of them come here. Like it would be unusual to see most animals that are like swimming animals and not animals that make their like home in the seafloor here.
Yeah. It would be unusual to see activity here. Not out of the question, so definitely keep an eye out, but quite unusual to see anything. We are near the crack, so just keep that aware as well. Yeah. Also, if the case may be, no one be surprised if you see a swimming like dolphin or something. I do turn into animals. I don't do it too often, but like it's me. Don't be afraid. Don't attack me. Thank you. I'll make myself a color so that you know it's me, I guess. Blue. No, so many things are blue. Give me a color. Any color.
Yellow.
Yellow. Bright yellow. And I'll be a creature that's not usually yellow or something. Okay, perfect. Okay. Whew.
You want to step out then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the strongest swimmers probably swim the lowest, just to be sure.
Oh, that'll
We
be
have
me
any-
then.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I was hoping.
I don't even takes out the bubble. I don't even need this actually. I can hold it for a
Oh
while.
my
You
god.
should put the
Please
bubble
just
on.
put it
You
on.
should
I think
put
Pomali
the
just
bubble
immediately is
back on.
like,
What?
put this on, please.
So, I like puts the bubble on. What? I can't hear you. So, what?
Okay. All right.
I'm a great swimmer. Thank you.
You're a fantastic swimmer. That should be closest to the surface, please. Thank you. And Pomali goes to the
Right.
edge and immediately. I think for a second, I think they're a little stressed, to be honest. Like being back in this area, seeing the waves and like so many people that they love are about to enter this water. But their shoulders kind of relax and they just hop in immediately.
Absolutely. As you kind of climb out of this hatch, which Goldie is near because she has unlatched it for you, you can kind of see the light in the sky has begun to fade very much. There's only like the faintest hint of little blues on the horizon, and even then, most of that is blocked out by the mountains of Cloudward. I think kind of climbing into this water, you see two things. Like three. One, the water here is very rough. It's swimmable for sure, but it is like there are waves crashing up against rocks almost constantly. Two, kind of looking out to your right, you can see that kind of silvery like crack in this astral bubble. It's faint and kind of blends in with the starlight. But you, who are kind of accustomed to what a horizon looks like in the water, can very clearly make it out and notice the way a little bit of astral starlight will wash in every now and then and light the waves in these kind of like bluish, silvery colors. And lastly, turning left, you can see what most people don't get to see who live on Tithelen and don't go in the water. You can see the like wall that is windward. You're on the like bluffs side of the mountain, and you can see these little like pockets of yellowish artificial light that shadows occasionally walk by. There is an almost constant patrol on these walls, and those almost like somewhere between a balcony and like, you know, the way in like on the bridge of like a cruise ship or a ship, there's those huge windows. It's very much like that. They're a little off in the distance, but all of you who are climbing out can see like those figures walk by and stand still and lean in and seem to talk to each other. So you know, whatever happens here, people will probably see it, for better or for worse. But yeah, you can absolutely climb in this water. It is very cold in here, much less warm than it is on the other side of the island. And you are in these rocky waters. Is everybody jumping in?
Yeah.
I think Wilda is standing on it, realizing how the like a decent lack of strength as like physical condition, and then takes a jump in. The second Wilda hits the water, Wilda is going to use Wild Shape to transform into, I believe that I looked up at its CR rating 1, a giant octopus.
Nice. Let's see it.
Because Wilda does not trust someone for him to support. So this giant yellow octopus tries to stay underwater to avoid being seen, so people aren't afraid of a giant octopus. and then is like
Sure.
wrapping around and protecting the rocks and wants to use tentacles to like guide people and is going to be like a lending hand. Hopefully.
Absolutely. I love that.
Mhm.
Also, Wilda, as you're kind of jumping off, you feel a little bit of Goldie's like warm magic, which kind of smells of like incense smoke a little bit, reaches out after you as she casts Shield of Faith on you. So your wild shape form, you'll have a +2 to your AC for a little while.
Lovely. Good, because
yeah,
this is a much lower AC.
I got you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Your crew's got you, Wilda.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys can start swimming. How deep is everybody going? Are we going like super far out? Are we staying close to the mountain? Kind of what's the plan?
I think I'm very much following Pamali's lead.
Same.
Alright, so Pamali, what's the plan?
I know that Pamali wants to be the deepest, just in case if anybody
Sure.
and is going to go first to the area where they had the memory for Siren, and kind of hovers around there for a moment to see if anything, just to see that area first.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's nothing that they can see, then they would probably swim closer towards, I guess, because it goes towards the heart, right? Is that where?
There's a couple of little channels here, but the bulk of Cliffside is this sort of rocky area of astral water that hits against the bluffs of Windward. So if you wanted to go towards the heart, you probably could. You'd be going away from where Siren was, though.
Okay, well then no. I want to go deeper into that.
Absolutely. And all of you are... Sorry. All of you are following as well?
Yeah. As we get deeper, can I cast Divine Sense?
Absolutely, you can do that. That's a very fun thing.
Slay.
So remind me, that's... I should know this by now.
It is-
Paladin main.
Celestial,
undead.
Fiend, Undead,
No.
or any being whose presence you sense but not its identity.
Yes, and I know you also get if it's hallowed ground or desecrated ground.
Yes.
Yeah, so you kind of send out this little bit of magic and divine sense. And I think you do get, like at the very edge of your divine sense, 3 little blips of undead. Kind of down in the water, like depth-wise about where Pamali is. And actually, Pamali, if you could make me a perception check, that would be great. And anyone who thinks they're at that depth as well can.
I know you told me to stay close to the surface, but I'm literally right at your back.
Corin as well.
Yeah.
No.
Pamali got a 15.
15.
I got
okay.
a 24.
24.
1 second. 18.
18. All right. And Wilda, are you staying up near the top or are you going down?
Going down.
Amazing.
Like,
Can I telepathically
Point.
speak to everyone?
Sure, we'll say the bubbles allow speech because it's underwater.
Just so everyone's aware, there's something here with us. Few things. Just be careful down there.
As Ventress kind of finishes that sentence, anybody who rolled below a 20, what you hear is this sort of like faint, almost humming. It's clearer than it should be for underwater, but it's just this sort of like melodic, just like and it sounds nice. Those of you who got above a 20, it's sort of like shrouded in the shadows of just it being dark down here. You begin to see 3 little pinpricks of light kind of float. And then after a second, all of you can kind of see these 3 little like balls. They almost look like a starlight, but like starlight has sort of a defined shape, whereas these almost seem to like ripple, I guess, a little bit. And that humming gets a little bit louder. A little louder. They're staying about like 30 feet away, I'd say.
I reach for a grab Pamali's arm, drag them back like behind me.
Sure.
And I point out the lights to everyone to make sure everyone can see.
fully on instinct, giant octopus goes and like has like one tentacle trying to like as an arm bar in front of everyone. not
Love
in
that.
like a stiff way, in just like a malleable way on
Mhm.
instinct, with
Yeah.
another tentacle like slowly going towards one of the balls of light curiously.
Absolutely. You kind of like extend this tentacle, and the one that's a little close kind of like bobs its way over to you and like hovers around, and you feel this like warmth almost, this like inviting kind of pleasant warmth. And that humming kind of gets a little louder, and as you kind of like reach out, not quite touching it, it like reverberates a little more in your mind. Just this soft humming. Maybe it sounds like somebody that you know, maybe it sounds like Wilda II, just kind of vaguely.
Tentacle like slowly goes back and does like a little tentacle finger waggle of like something is amiss, but no one can really get that because it's like very hard to communicate with a tentacle. But it's like,
As you pull back that little creature at the front, kind of not advancing aggressively, but just very slowly, kind of taking its time, bobs its way, stops about 15 feet away from the group. I'd say the other two are about like 10 feet behind that one, just almost like they're waiting for something.
can't
Did you
really
guys do anything? Are you just watching?
Are we attacking it?
No, I don't think
Can I?
so.
Okay, hold on. Can I?
And
Can I? Can I insight check this thing? Like,
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
does this thing seem? Well, I'm just gonna insight check and see what I get. 25.
25. I mean, looking at it, it's like you don't see teeth, you don't see claws.
It's just light.
It's just light, and it's humming. I think as you kind of inspect it, you can kind of hear that humming get a little bit louder in your mind, and it sounds like maple. Just a sound you've heard 100 times humming as she goes about her business. I mean, it's because of the water you're in, it's definitely probably a little unnerving. But like, you don't. Looks like it's just light.
Can I cast message to one of them?
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, I gotta look up something. Hang tight.
I don't think they need to speak a language that I speak. Looking at
I
it,
just have to figure out if they speak any language. I believe they do, but I don't know for sure. So let me double check. Okay. You said they don't have to share a language with you?
Not according
Okay.
to the spell.
What would you like to say?
Are you here to hurt us? What are you?
In your mother's voice, the one that you were speaking to earlier, you hear, just come a little closer. It's all right. What am I gonna do?
Corin's eyes go wide. Like, let's see. And yeah, y'all totally would have seen him cast this, and you know it's message because he, does it all the time.
Yeah.
Like does it, and then his eyes go wide. One of those things just sounded like my mom.
Question: Is Wilda familiar with sirens being a submariner for 1,000 years?
I would say
Or is
you've
this
heard,
like a rare thing?
I mean, I would say you've heard like stories of sirens. I don't know that you've
Mhm.
ever necessarily like encountered
Yeah.
one. But from the stories you've heard, you don't think this is a siren.
Okay.
can we see if they're like guarding something or protecting something? Can we see
Sure,
past
make
them?
me a little perception check.
Could I give myself guidance?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay.
I think I have something I can do.
Could I give Pamali if I notice that Pamali's like trying to see past it, can I cast light to give advantage?
Sure.
While this is happening, Octopus goes into underwater camouflage mode, so I blend into
Sure.
the stalagmite.
Love that.
I got a 17.
A 17. You, I mean, you don't see like anything past them necessarily. I think what you get kind of looking at them is a sense that they aren't trying to keep you, like they aren't guarding something. They're trying to get you to come with them.
Willow.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you have anything else to say about that?
No, I was going to change the subject, but go ahead.
I think the best thing I can do, which could also be bad, but Willow's gonna swim forward and kind of like hold a hand out and just be like, and eyes switching between these three and just say, okay, everyone be ready.
Pamali
And then-
casts, when you have your hand out, Pamali grabs it and casts Sanctuary. Unless you're gonna attack. But you have Sanctuary.
I want to swim over to the closest one. Does it say anything as I approach? I'm like approaching with like a hand reached out.
The humming gets a little bit louder. None of you also heard what Corin heard, unless you are using something that allows you to speak like telepathically. But you just hear that humming kind of get louder, and you see it like as you get closer, it glows a little bit brighter.
I
like
will
it's
say,
excited.
I have an ability. I understand all spoken languages. So, is this humming is a different language, or is a disguised language?
It's not. It just these
don't worry
creatures don't have like an ability to speak necessarily.
Sure.
But no, I mean I think no, it's not really speaking words. It's more just that kind of idle like humming.
I'm going to use the feature Douse the Flames of War.
Okay.
I'm going to swim forward and I'm going to touch this piece of light. And the creature has to make a wisdom saving throw. Automatically succeeds if it's missing any of its hit points, but it's not from us. If it fails, it can't attack for 1 minute.
Oh, what's your DC?
18.
I got a 17. So you reach out and you
just say, be calm.
And are you touching it or are you putting your hand near it?
I have to touch it to do this.
As you reach out to and you touch it, first as your hand gets close, you feel that kind of warmth that I forget who it was, but someone felt before. And then as you reach closer to touch it, it doesn't hurt you, but your hand is blindingly cold, as what would have been a harmful effect if you touched it cannot go off. And in the moment that this happens, anyone who's passive is above a 17, who I believe is Wilda, Willow, and Corin because of Ventress's buff. From behind you, you catch a flash of movement as something comes out from the shadows, and Ventress does a 27 hit your AC.
Yeah, that hits my AC.
Amazing. Cool. If everyone could roll me initiative real quick, I'll tell you how much damage you take in just a second here.
Oh my god.
My love, my angel.
Does a
How
27
much
hit your AC? What kind of question is that, James?
Does it
Such a fun
one for me. Nobody shout out numbers real quick because I am going to be doing math. A lot of math. Oh my god. Oh
no.
Jesus Christ. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, don't mind me, everybody.
At least it's our tank. Like, at least it wasn't.
Yeah, at least Ventress has a lot of hit.
Ventress, how many hit points do you fucking have?
I'll tell you the math when James is done doing math. It's
Ventress, you are going to take 30 points of necrotic damage. As all of you can see kind of entering the, and I cannot overstate how much that was a lucky roll. All of you kind of see from your peripheral vision, first the one that lunges for you, and then two more of these like what I can only describe as a fucked up shark. Like something that maybe was once a shark and now its teeth are longer and its eyes are these smoldering pits of red and black smoke. Its skin is sort of this like gnarled, it's like a mixture of gnarled spikes with just a little bit of smoke coming off of it. As these 3 sharks had the opening they needed to attack you because, man, they're close good friends. The Will-O-Wisps sure did distract you a little bit, huh?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna switch the music and
A
then we're gonna have a
Will-O-Wisp
fun little combat
challenge.
time.
Well, of course. I thought
You
angler
said 30
little
points,
fuckers.
James?
30 points of necrotic damage. Yes. my lord.
Dang.
That's fine.
Holy shit.
Okay. All
She's
right.
got a lot of points, you know.
Just a little bit. Okay. 30 to 25. 25 to 20.
Oh,
Come on, go.
I got a
Was it?
22. I got a nat 20
22.
actually.
Oh,
Nice.
fuck yeah. Absolutely. Then you know what? Because you got a nat 20, we'll put you just right at the top of the order as a treat. Okay. Anyone else 25 to 20? 20 to 15.
17.
18.
17. I'm so sorry. Who was 17? Wait, that's
17.
Corin was 17.
Oh, no,
Uh,
I'm 18.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Wilda
Corin,
was 17. Wilda was 18. Yeah.
I was also 18.
I was
Amazing.
16.
Ventress is 16 between Corin and Willow. What are your
Willow.
X scores?
Not
It's
even
Willow?
a question. It's Willow.
You got it. Willow/Corin. Wilda Ventress. Is that everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's everybody. Amazing. All right, so we will pick up at the top of the round with Pamali. What would you like to do? You can see the 3 Will-O-Wisps a little bit in front of you by Willow, and 3, they are called Nightmare Scavers behind you. I'll send you a picture when we're done here. They're pretty scary.
Okay.
I hate
So the one that hurt Ventress,
Yes.
is it still on Ventress?
It like bit Ventress and it kind of pulled back, but it's still like in melee with Ventress.
Okay. Ventress is paladin,
She's a paladin.
So true.
so I will aim for the ones that. Okay, so I'll aim for the one that's like second closest,
Okay, absolutely.
and I will cast tidal wave. It's hard because everything's like underwater, but I'm gonna cast
Sure.
tidal wave. I'm gonna
Okay.
do I'm gonna use immune spell
Mhm.
or empowered spell, just in case I have to re-roll some dice. But yeah, let's see if this hits first.
Hell yeah.
Hey. Sorry.
You're good.
Oh, it's just a dex. It's a dex.
Oh.
They have to do a dex save.
Amazing. What's the range on it? Like, is it gonna hit more than one of these guys?
So, the range is 120, but I also have a trait of like, is it spelt sniper? So my range is doubled.
Oh, amazing. So we'll just say then that all 3 of these guys are gonna have to make a save. The first one rolled a natural 1.
Nice.
Other 2, that is you said Dex,
Mm-hmm.
15 and a 19.
The 19 makes it.
Okay, and what happens to our close, good little buddies that don't?
Let's see here.
Probably something so normal.
Something so normal. So they're gonna take bludgeoning damage, but what you see is like, I guess like the water, right above them kind of like gets really high. You can see the water kind of rise, and it just like shoots down at them
Love
through the
that.
water. And I will roll some dice about it.
Hell yeah.
D8, yeah, 48. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say these numbers, and I'm just gonna say these
I'll
numbers.
add them up.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. A 6 and an 8, and then I'm gonna re-roll this one because it's empowered spell, and an 8 and a 5.
27?
27.
Nice.
7.
Amazing. And the one that succeeded, does that take half damage or no?
Oh, that's such a good question. Hold on.
You're so valid.
The creature takes half damage. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Can
And-
someone figure out what half of 27 is really quick?
I don't know how this will work in the
13 and a
water.
half.
13.
13 and a half.
13?
I don't
We'll
know how
round
this will
up.
work in the water, but apparently they are knocked prone if they fail. maybe
So
their
prone is
belly's
hard
up.
underwater, but
Right.
however, we'll say they kind of flip upside down for a minute. It'll take half of their movement to right themselves next time as a treat. Amazing. And do me a favor, because you did cast a spell, roll me a d20, please.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. Okay, I got a 17.
Yeah, you're fine. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Oh, I do get bonus, huh?
You do.
No, I think that's all that she's gonna do right now.
Okay, you got it. We move from Pomali to the Will-O-Wisps. Willow, a question. The one that you did that effect on, how long does that last?
A minute.
A minute. Okay.
Let me.
No, you're
there's some
fine.
other thing as well that I. It can't attack for 1 minute. It also can't cast spells that deal damage or that force someone to make a saving throw.
Amazing. Cool. So that guy's honestly kind of just gonna vibe for a little while, and that's okay. But it's okay because he has two really good friends who also want to be friends with you, Willow.
Okay.
I
I love making friends.
These two balls of light kind of glow really brightly, almost seeming to like crackle with electricity to some extent, and they're gonna come around on each side and try and get you. The first one, that is a 12 to hit.
Misses.
Hell yeah, we love to see it. You kind of feel like a crackle of electricity try and go out at you, but just barely misses you. My other close good friend, little guy, that is... Oh, I don't know why I'm rolling. I'm so sorry. Can you please make me a save? Do you have a spell saving DC? You don't, right?
Me?
Yes.
I
Do you?
have you.
Oh yeah, because monks do, huh?
I couldn't tell you. Where does it say what that is?
What are you looking for?
Do monks have any kind of save ability? Like
save.
spell save, ability save? They do, right?
Yeah,
Well-
yeah.
It should do because I have magic. Yeah, my hits count as magical, right? Key
I think
empowered
so. I
strength,
believe
yeah.
it's 8 plus proficiency plus your wisdom.
So that would
Unless
be
I'm
18.
fully making that up.
Yeah, because
Sorry.
my spell save for the Douse of Flames of War was
Right.
18. Right.
Amazing. So then if you could please make me a constitution saving throw with your DC. And let me
Okay.
know what that is.
Oh my god, save is not good. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, 14.
Can I give Jess my inspiration that you gave me?
Sure, I'll allow that.
Please reroll that.
What dice? Is that a 6?
No,
Oh, no.
it's a D20. It's my
just the
inspiration.
inspiration.
Go ahead.
That's a 10. Sorry, dude.
Okay. So Willow, as you're kind of like dodging out of the way of this one that is attempting to shock you, the one that has kind of looped around the other side almost seems to stretch these shining tendrils out to you. And when they make contact on your skin, it's hard to explain, but it almost feels like you can feel part of yourself being sucked away. If you could do me a favor, I need you to mark down somewhere on your sheet that you are at Arcane Exhaustion level 1. You're going to subtract 2 from ability checks and saving throws. And the spot where they touched has just the faintest hint of black left over on it.
Okay.
Ability
Ability checks and saving throws -2.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. No attacks or anything like that.
James,
Yes.
can I add something real quick? Everybody except Promali has 10 temporary hit points from me.
Love that.
Grace, so it'd be like 20 damage you took instead of 30 earlier. Sorry about that.
Slay, thank
about
you.
Okay, and our last little Will-O-Wisp can't really do much, so he's just gonna kind of vibe. And that is our close good friend, the Will-O-Wisp's turn. Next up, I'm sorry to tell you, is the Nightmare Scabbers. Because they sure did roll good, huh? So the two that failed are going to kind of right themselves. They only have a little bit of movement left. My close good friend who's near Ventress was the one that saved. They're going to take a fun and sexy little bite out of you. Because you're just so yummy. Is the
She's
thing.
so yummy. I
And
don't
she's
know.
hungry. That is a dirty, nasty, slutty 20 to hit you.
Yeah, that
assuming-
hits. That does
Okay.
hit.
Cool. Let
Yeah.
me do some math about it real quick. Don't mind me. Go about your business.
No, it's fine if you mess up your math. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. I rolled like bad, so. Oh, you lucked out. That was like all ones and twos, except for one. That is 13 points of necrotic damage to you. My two other friends are going to right themselves. The one further back that kind of rights itself sees you. Wilda closes a little bit of distance there because I know you were hanging back a teeny tiny little
Yes,
bit.
correct.
And it's like reddish eye that is sort of clouded in smoke but still has that bright red glow to it. Is going to kind of fixate on you. And can you do me a little favor, my close good friend Abby? Could you tell me about the last time Wilda felt betrayed?
Oh.
Or angry. Sorry, I had to read my own notes.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, that wasn't anger though. That was protection. The fuel wasn't the same rage. I would say Chad and Chibata's father during their breakup. That was many years ago. I think one time tried to hit Wilda up again, and Wilda was like, "You stay out of here." And that was the last like anger and betrayal at like trying to get close to the kids again. And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, as this red light kind of fixates on you, that memory almost plays itself back in your mind, and you feel those emotions kind of coming back. If you could do me a favor and make me an intelligence save, DC 20.
I do because it's wild shape and not something like polymorph. I have my intelligence still.
Yes,
I believe. Okay.
you do.
I got a natural 20 plus 6.
Oh, natural
Slay.
fucking 20.
Got my
Incredible.
wits.
With that, normally you would be taking half damage. I'm going to quarter it because I think that's fun. So you are only going to take 5 points of psychic damage here.
Okay. Thank you. Question: can a giant octopus have temporary hit points? Does that transfer?
Yeah, I
It
think
does.
Okay.
it should.
Thank you.
Amazing. But you kind of, as these like feelings bubble back in, you manage to push them out of the way, recognize them as artificial, and keep going. My last little scaver friend, with his little bit of, there's 3 of them, my love. With his little tiny bit of movement, I'm gonna say is gonna try and get near Pamali. Or no, Pamali, you're pretty deep actually. So I'm gonna say he's gonna use his action to dash and get in melee with Pamali, but cannot take an action this turn because he dashed without it. Next up then is Willow. Willow, what would you like to do?
Can I do monk shit underwater? Okay. It's like, am I gonna be inhibited here?
We're playing fast and loose with underwater combat rules right now. So
Cool. Appreciate that. Did you say a shark just like dashed up to Pamali?
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in between the two of them.
If you move, you will take an attack of opportunity from one Will-O-Wisp. Just so you know, because you have to go around one side or the other to get to the scaver.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
That is a... Oh, no, that's gonna miss. You're fine. Try that. Same one tries to shock you again, and you just managed to avoid it.
Bastard. Okay. I'm gonna take 2 attacks at this
Absolutely, you can.
Can I say for flavor, as Willow swims down, they're gonna outstretch a hand, and we're like by the kind of cliffs, right?
Yes.
This like it looks like a tree suddenly erupts out of the cliffside like rock, and like this like shard of like trunk comes out of this tree, and Willow grabs it, snaps it off, strips it, and their quarterstaff is in their hand.
Love
And
that.
they swim down and make 2 attacks.
Absolutely.
Oh, bad.
Okay. So that's a 19. Oh, and a natural 3!
Hell yeah, both of those hit.
Cool. Feels so. My voice went so high then. Okay. So on the first hit, it's and an 8. Okay, so that's a 12 to hit with that first one, and the natural 20. Is that just like full damage and then a roll? Is that how we're
I will
playing it?
say we can do natural 20s, however, will spark joy for you. So you can double the dice, you can double the damage, or you can do it the Reed way, if you'd like, which is take the max amount you could do and then roll.
Yeah, I'll do it that way. So that's 12 plus 12, so that's 24 immediately plus another 6. So 30 points of damage.
Amazing.
And then
this guy's looking already bloodied.
I'm gonna bonus action flurry of blows
Hell
and make
yeah.
another 2 attacks.
Please do.
So that's a dirty 20 and
Hits.
a 19 again.
Both hit.
Sick. That's a 9 plus another 9, so another 18 points of damage.
Amazing. Yeah, you just wail on this fucking scabber. You see the light of the red light of its eye kind of flickers a little bit but stays strong. This thing is looking brutal.
I just hold defensive position and
Absolutely.
I don't look menacing because he's not a very menacing person, but I guess smacking the shit out of someone 4 times probably helps.
That'll do it. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
That's my movement and all of my stuff.
All right, Corin, you are up. What would you like to do?
First off, I think anybody within like 10 feet of Corin, the water around them gets super hot. Not like boiling painful, but like it's not comfortable. He's looking between Ventress and Pamali, and he's going to. So he's got 3 Eldritch Blasts. So he's gonna take 1 beam. That's gonna be a 22.
Are you aiming for the fucked up sharks or the will-o-wisps?
Fucked up sharks.
You got it. First one you said 22, that hits.
Yeah, and it's gonna be 15 points of damage.
Okay.
Is that one still up?
Yes.
Okay, he's gonna take another one. And
Same one or different one?
Same one. It also gets pushed back 10 feet.
Love that. Absolutely. This is the one. Are you trying to hit a specific one or just one in general?
The one that Willow just wailed on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm so sorry. You said that was 15 points of damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is still standing, but barely. You can absolutely go for another one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a 27.
27 hits?
Another 10 feet back, so it should be 20 feet away from Willow at this point, and that's going to be what is that? 13 more points of damage.
This thing goes down. What does it look like as you take this nightmare scabber out of commission?
So it is force damage, but it's still like I think all of his magic is like red, like he is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of imagining, like the first attack is like hitting it so it opens up its mouth, and the second attack goes like into the mouth. It's like forces out and like kind of think like a big like necrotic mess, like flesh and stuff just implodes on itself or explodes.
Love that. You send this red bead of light directly into its open mouth. The red light kind of tears itself out from this black swirling magic until all you can see is a burst of red, and when it clears, this thing's gone. You have one more beam, I believe.
I do, and I'm going to use that one on the one on Ventress, and
absolutely.
That is going to be a natural 20 for a 28, James.
That'll do. That'll do it, all right.
I hear max damage and then roll, so one die does max damage and then roll the other one?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 15 off the bat. And then this next one, 24 points of damage to the one on Ventress, and it gets pushed back 10 feet.
Absolutely. This thing is pushed back. It's still kicking. I'm not looking too bad, but its red eye definitely turns and finds you. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
Bonus action.
Yes.
I am gonna give Ventress a little heal.
Absolutely, you can do that.
Because I get to use Healing Word for free 4 times a day.
Hell yeah, you do.
And that's gonna be 5 plus... 12 points of healing to you, Ventress. Just kind of get
thank you
warm.
so much.
Amazing.
Just a
we
reminder,
love-
because you guys would know this, I have such a big pool of healing, so if you need to save spell slots, you probably can, but it's totally up to you.
Hell yeah. All right, Wilda, you're up. What would you like to do?
Well, knowing the healing isn't needed because Willow has so many spell slots, Wilda, full octopus form, full
Yes.
of rage, changes the color to bright red, stares
Oh,
at
hell
the
yeah.
trying to make it mad, tentacle out, and does a tentacle attack to grab it.
Absolutely love that.
Rolling.
Is this an attack? Are you trying to grapple? Tell me. What's this?
It's the tentacles. It's an action, melee weapon attack, +5 to hit, reaches 15 feet, so I can just home.
Love that.
And if there is a DC, that automatically gets added to grapple it with the tentacle attack. So
Absolutely, you
if
got
this
it.
hits, then I'll get you to do the
You got
DC, which I hope I did. 17 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And then so do if the target is a creature, is it a creature?
Yes.
It is grappled.
Okay.
Escape DC 16. So I think the wording doesn't say whether or not it needs to make the DC to be grappled, because it says it is grappled. So I say it's up to you. I'm using
I'll say because you hit, you can grapple, and then I'll have the creature roll a little save about it every turn. Does that feel right?
Sounds good. Yeah, it says until this grapple ends, target is restrained. Octopus can't use its tentacles on another target. Also, when this does hit, it also does take damage.
Amazing.
2d6 plus 3. Bludgeoning. I rolled but 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 damage, and it is restrained.
You got it. Amazing. You have this thing, this thrashing in your grip, but you simply will not let go. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
Movement wise, just to get a better mental picture, right
Sure.
now I'm kind of ish towards the back. Ventress and another one are kind of ish towards the back, and then there's 2 active will-o-wisps and 1 dormant towards where Pomali and Willow are.
Yes.
Knowing the healing that's available there, with this in grip, we'll just move over on rocks towards where Ventress and Corin are gonna be, just to also bring here's another piece of thing to smack when you're done with that. I'm holding it for you, but
Love
decently
that.
far away from it, so it can't just go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that. Amazing. Ventress, it is your turn. The scabbard that was in melee with you has been pushed back a little bit, but it is still about 10 feet away if you'd like to go hit it. What do you
I
want
would
to do?
like to hit it.
You'd like to hit it?
I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to hit it. So I think she's gonna take an attack with her greatsword.
Hell
with
yeah.
her improved divine smite.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. Let me roll the cube.
Roll the cube.
That's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
Slide. Okay. And then 2. And the damage is 6. What's 6 plus 8?
20.
14?
14, I'm so sorry. Oh, I got 20 roll.
14.
Amazing. You got it. You hit this thing. I believe at your level you also have another attack if you would like to do that.
I do.
Oh yeah, brother.
Let's see. I'm gonna do that one again. I think that's fun.
Yeah. Absolutely you can do that.
So that is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Slay. And that is a That's 13 damage.
Hell yeah, you hit this thing nice and hard. It is still standing, but it definitely doesn't look very good. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn, my love?
Yes, as a bonus action, can I put on, oh, this is an action. Never mind. As a bonus action, I'd like to astral step to
Sure.
by the will-o-wisps.
Absolutely, you can do that. What does it look like when you astral step?
I think in the water, it kind of just looks like her, like, tapping her feet together and then kind of just appearing in the radius that she wants to, and this big, like, golden light kind of balloons out.
I absolutely love that. Yes, those of you who are over by the will-o-wisps, you see Ventress appear in a little flash of golden light. And that is your turn, correct? Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No.
Hell yeah, we love to see it. We will then move on to the top of the order with Pomali. What would you like to do?
I think so. The shark in front of us is gone now, right?
Yes.
I think seeing
There are still 3 will-o-wisps around you, though.
Yeah, seeing the light that Ventress has just caused. You know when you're looking at the top of the water and like the sun kind of reflects and sometimes it's like too bright.
Yes.
I'm going to use the light. I'm gonna swim a little bit past Willow, giving them kind of like a thank you caress on the cheek for coming in. And I think she goes and poor thing. She's wearing a skirt that had like a high slit in it, and so she goes and like grabs her quarterstaff that's like it's retractable that she pulls out from like that's been like gartered underneath her skirt and kind of pops that out and kind of wings it around, and a wave kind of comes underneath and tries to using Ventress's light reflect that sunbeam, and I'm going to cast a sunbeam
Absolutely.
right in front of Ventress so they're not
That's
hit
so
by that.
cool.
That's so fucking sick.
Yeah, we're gonna cast a sunbeam, and I believe they have to do a save about it.
Okay, tell me more about that save. What would you like me to roll?
Con.
Amazing. And this is, I'm so sorry, for the will-o-wisps, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Then I will roll 3 for you as a treat.
I
Ooh.
believe that's a disadvantage because they're undead, if I'm remembering that spell correctly.
Oh.
They are undead.
I think.
Oh.
Let me see.
I think 2 of them aren't gonna need it, but this last one.
Yeah. Have
Amazing.
disadvantage. They sure do.
Okay, let's see. That is what is my constitution? And I'm so sorry, what is the damage on this? Just so I know.
I have to get. It's a Constitution save 17.
No, what type of damage? Sorry.
Oh, that's so true, friend. 1 second. Radiant? Is that a radiant? Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to roll.
That would make sense. Okay, then we're good. 2 of them fail. 1 of them got a 12. I'm assuming that also fails.
Yeah.
All 3 of them fail.
Oh, nice.
I rolled a 3 and a nat 1 for the other ones. So
Nice. So I'm gonna use Empowered Spell as well
love that. Hell yeah.
to reroll some of these. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Okay. All right. Brain, so many dice. 1 second, guys. Hold on.
You're so valid.
Call it
Jim?
out. We do good
Yes.
math.
While Sweet's doing that, I think they're also blinded until the start of Pomali's next turn.
Can they be blinded? That's such a good question. It doesn't say they can't be, so yeah. Sure.
Okay. So yeah, I got 33. That doesn't seem right. It seems like I should have a little more. No, it's right. 33.
33, amazing. With this burst of daylight, you take out all 3 will-o-wisps. They all vanish in this huge burst of sunlight. And when it dings, there is nothing but dark water left behind. An incredible turn. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I think in that moment, I think Pamali's hair is kind of like whipping, but not with the water itself. It's just like herself.
Love that.
And yeah, there was a bonus thing I think I wanted to, but is that everything that's in the water cleared out? Or is
no, there are 2 more scavers left.
2 more. Okay.
One of them is restrained currently, and the other is just vibing.
Octowilla.
Yeah, no, I think that's it.
Amazing. And then do me a favor as well, because you did cast another spell. If you could roll me
Right.
another d20, I would appreciate it.
That's a 12.
12. Yeah, you're good. As long as you don't get a nat 1, you are okay. Amazing. That is Pamali's turn. We would go to the Will-O-Wisps, except that they sure all died about it, huh? That being said, we will move on to the 2 remaining Nightmare Scavers. Let me change that from 3 to 2, so I'm correct. The one of them that is restrained by you, Wilda, its eye is gonna find you once again. If you could do me a favor, make me another intelligence save, DC 20.
Okay. No.
No? 9. All right, you kind of, this memory, it's okay, I rolled bad.
Have I used my inspiration yet? I can't remember.
The one that you got from our session 0, you have not. I will say I did not roll well on damage, so you're probably okay.
Okay.
But you can use it if you'd like to.
I thought it was gonna literally like take over my mind and make me mad.
No.
Octopus. Okay, then fine.
No. It's okay. It's just about how much damage you take. That memory kind of resurfaces again. You feel those feelings bubble up, but you can't fight them this time. You are going to take. I can't read. This is so exciting for me. Yeah, you're going to take 6 points of psychic damage because I rolled really bad on 3d10.
Oh my gosh.
I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3. So.
Oh my god.
Okay. And that is how this one is going to spend its turn. It's not going to try and get out of your grasp.
It's giving me the evil eye.
It is. It's so mad at you right now. Amazing. And our other little Nightmare Scaver friend, who is still in melee with Ventress because Ventress closed the distance again, is going to try and bite you, Ventress, as a treat.
Don't like
Ventress
me.
went over to the Will-O-Wisps, though.
Oh, you're so true, actually. So there is currently no one in melee with it.
Oh,
Thank you so much for the
sorry.
reminder. So it is, I think, going to close the distance between it and Corin with a 40-foot swim speed. And try and take a bite out of you, my close good friend. Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to hit. That's a fucking 29. Let me roll damage on that real quick.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I thought you were going to tell me you had some kind of thing, and I was like,
Oh, absolutely not.
Do you have a thing, Corin?
Oh no, God no.
Can I use a reaction to try and, like, intercept that?
I would say you're a little too far.
Okay.
Because you're still where the Will-O-Wisps were. Yes.
Well, then can I use my reaction? I will do Tides of Chaos.
Sure, tell me about
Forgot I
Tides
had
of Chaos.
It's great when you whip it up real quick.
Yeah, you're so valid. You're so good.
I forgot I had it. Yeah, so okay, you can manipulate the forces of chance and chaos to gain advantage on one attack roll. Oh, well, I guess that doesn't really.
I'd say you can impose disadvantage. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Let me roll again for you.
Mm-hmm.
That is a dirty 20 to hit you.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Sorry, my friend. Does Tides of Chaos only impose advantage or disadvantage? Does it do anything else? Just so I know.
Yeah, that's it. And
Cool.
then I have to roll for wild magic.
That is okay. You're rolling on the wild magic table, or to see if you do wild magic?
That's so, yeah.
Let me hear.
Again?
You figure that out real quick. I'm gonna roll damage, and then I'll
Yeah.
circle back to you in just a moment. 19, 20. That is 35 points of necrotic. No, I'm so sorry. That is 40 points of necrotic damage to you, my close good friend, Corin.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. It's only 23 that's actually going to hurt me because I get tipped HP as well. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, we love to see
It's
it.
fine.
Amazing. And yeah, we're going to say it's going to stay in melee with you. That's going to be its turn. Sweet. Did we figure out? Do we need anything?
Yeah.
From me?
No, it's on the table itself. The wild magic table itself.
Hell yeah, roll me a D100, babe. Let me get this wild magic table up.
that's fine.
Okay. I think that's a 2.
A 2, all right. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, my close good friend, my angel. It's okay, there isn't a lot of combat left, so this should be fine. However, with a wild magic score of 1 to 2, you have to roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute.
Oh no!
So we'll circle back to you in just a moment. If combat ends, we're gonna have a really fun start of next session where you just gotta roll like 10 of them on account of a minute. But amazing. We'll come back. Love to see it. We'll be back with you shortly, I am sure. After the Nightmare Scabbers, it is Willow. Willow, what would you like to do? There are 2 Scabbers left. One is restrained by Wilda, the other is in melee with Corin.
I'm gonna go after the one that's in melee with Corin.
Absolutely, you can do that.
Good. That is a 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay, and another 18 to hit, sorry.
Both hit. You're good.
What am I rolling? A D8, right. That is a 7 points of damage and 11 points of damage.
Amazing. This thing is looking rough.
And I'll do another flurry of blows just because I want to get it down. That's a 18 and a 21.
Both hit.
Alright, come on, dude. That is... Yeah, that's 7 points of damage. Nice. And 12 points of damage.
Amazing. You effectively wipe this thing off the map. What does it look like as you destroy this Nightmare Scabber?
I think Willow sees this thing attack Corin, and in the like inky blackness left from its like necrotic damage, like Willow just kind of explodes through with this quarterstaff in their hand. And they wrench it into the open, like maw of this shark, and like prop it open and just like punch it inside, like up inside the roof of its mouth, effectively like just stunning it, wiping it out.
Absolutely. As you punch through this, the top of it gives way to smoke and kind of swirls around your arm and then vanishes into nothingness. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
Could I... So there's just one shark left, right?
Yes, and it is currently restrained by Wilda, so you would have advantage. If you, I don't know if you have any attacks.
I don't
left,
have
but if you do-
anything. No, I don't have anything left. I'm just going to use the rest of my movement to get like closer to that point.
Absolutely, you can do that. Corin, it is now your turn. The scabbard that was in front of you has vanished into smoke and water. There is one little guy left.
Yeah, so first I think as Willow swims by, Corin like quickly peck on the cheek for helping, and then is going to use a spell that y'all have never seen before, and these 7 motes of bright red hot stars just begin to float around his head. The light is like almost blinding. And then Willow, as you're like swimming off towards the last one, you watch as it just blazes past you, really hot as well, like close to boiling, but not like actually, and is going to hit. It's going to try and hit the little restrained guy, which means I have advantage.
You do in fact have advantage.
I definitely needed that advantage. That is 22.
That'll hit.
Can I flavor the advantage is that it looks like it's gonna miss and then Wilda moves it? So
Love that. Absolutely.
All right, that's gonna be 4d12 radiant plus.
Like it's a baseball bat.
Nice. Love that.
Okay. That is a 9. That's 6, 10, 13. 13 plus 9 is 22,
Two.
plus 8 is 30.
Yes.
30 points of radiant damage.
30 points of radiant damage. How would you like to do this, Corey?
Ooh, I think the red, hot, boiling nature of this doesn't make it explode, but makes it like melt away. So the flesh goes, whatever skeletal or muscular structure it has left just kind of dissolves into nothingness and floats away.
Absolutely love that. Everybody who just witnessed that, or any of the scavers dying, can you please very quickly make me a perception check before we finish?
Ten.
Okay.
17.
17?
14.
12 for me.
21.
21. Wilda and Corin,
Mhm.
as the chaos in these rocky waters fades to just a moment of calm, almost as if the tides have seen what you are going through and have taken a moment to just breathe with you. The two of you in this quiet notice that as this bead of magic hits the scaver, it destroys it, but it almost seems to eat that bead of magic too before it vanishes. And that is where we are going to end for the day. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us today. It was lovely to be back. You can see us once again in 2 weeks. Also be sure to tune in Saturday and Sunday for All Is Not For Us Session 2 and the return of our Gothic horror campaign, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. We missed you. We love to see you, and we'll see you soon. Bye!
Bye.